Ozma, good morning. Good morning, my little helpers, and welcome back to Mornings with the High Lord. We are well rested. We are here, and before anybody asks me, we're not late. We're on time because I told you yesterday, and I had updated Twitch about a day or two ago, and it's my fault for not doing it in the Discord. That today was going to start at 11:30, and we are right where we need to be. Hello. I've been lurking for a little while, but hope y'all are good. Lurking. No, we demand that you be active. A queen is never late. Yes. See, okay. Listen, I don't care if you stream or not. I'm gonna shout you out anyway, just because you're fantastic. Yes. A queen is never late. She arrives exactly when she chooses to. So, once we go through this, we'll go through this schedule and all that, or what a potential schedule might look like for August. But for right now, we're here, we're awake, and Diot, I do not know how to pronounce that. Dora. Hello, Dora. But Dora's probably not the way you wanted to go there, but oh, you cutie, Ozma, stop. I mean, keep going, but like, hi, welcome in. How are you? Oh, that wasn't Ozma. That was Walz. I mean, that was Ozma, but Walzak. Hello. So, Dora is my name. Oh, no, sorry, Dora. I'm sure you hear that all the time. So, we first played this on Wednesday. So, as far as the stream is concerned, we have beaten the game. If that's what you're asking about, we have beaten the game, but we're going through it right now for achievement hunting. We have to pick up the. I figured there's 5 things that we have to find. If you look, so spoilers, I guess. I found out there are constellations by mistake, so we have to find blueprints, chess pieces, constellations, and then the fire alarms and the extinguishers. I already knew that, but we have to find the constellation, and everything else in each one of these levels. So we're just going to do this from the beginning. Now, I was playing it last night because I wanted to see if I could get the achievement where you could beat it in under 30 minutes. I couldn't. But I got the speedrunner one where you can beat it in under an hour. So, oh, that's a lot. There's everything all at once. What is happening here? So I'm gonna be straight with you. Is that we're probably gonna use a guide for some of these, but at least that way you still, it's not like, oh, hey guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel, which you can find at High Lord Help, by the way. We're just gonna go through it, and we'll probably just upload it that way. So we're start a brand new game here. If you would be interested in checking it out, but I have a speedrun. Yeah, we've beaten the game so far. Because if you look at the select level, it takes you all the way to retrospect, and I just did it again last night in under an hour. It's not a world record by any means, but I got the achievement for it, so that's what matters. So I'm actually gonna pull up I did the first. I went through the motions of doing the first 3 yesterday, and we're still missing the chess pieces and the blueprint for this one. But I know where it is now. Dawn was telling me about it on Wednesday, so we're just going to start a new game.
Are you filled with feelings of self-doubt? Do you find yourself prone to minimize?
Also, your boy doesn't have any creamer, so I'm having to raw dog my coffee here today. And I don't. Hollowfish was talking about putting butter in it, but she didn't answer me as to whether it had to be melted butter or just like a stick, just like you put peppermint in cocoa or something. So we're just gonna.
While you rest in the comfort of our flagship clinic, located right next to the secondary overflow parking lot at the University Medical Center. Somnusculpt, we'll make your dreams come true.
No, it definitely needs creamer. But I'm gonna power through this anyway. The Jameson makes it a little better. Not by much, but it makes it a little better. Because when you put it in with the hazelnut creamer, it adds more of a nutty taste to it. And now it's just like nut rubber, and it's awful. Without the creamer, it really tastes like bean water. You seem to be doing an awful lot of self promo for somebody who just waltzed into the herd. We don't know you like that. I'm gonna have to ask you to put the kibosh on that for a minute. But thank you though. So where's the music here? Is there supposed okay, so remember we're looking for chess pieces and blueprints. I do not believe there's a constellation in this one. You'll see what I'm talking about when we get to it.
Terms of service
Now,
accepted.
I know there's a whole bunch of
on falling asleep.
there's a whole bunch of
Welcome to
chess pieces in here, but you'll see what I'm talking
Your progress
about.
may be monitored by qualified specialists. This orientation will adapt you to eyelids, our interactive, lucid induction dream state in which you retain full consciousness and control.
Now, do you remember, for those of you that were here, when we went through this on Wednesday and we saw like that weird red thing sticking out of the duct on that one like art museum level? Well, turns out that was a chess piece. And there's several more that you have to find, which is...
You can move freely, interact with surrounding objects, and listen to messages from your patient care team. Please note that I am the standard orientation protocol and that my voice has been explicitly chosen to remind you that I am not a part of your patient care team. I do not care.
There are several pieces, and there are several colors, which is why we didn't see the pawn show up on the select level screen before, but it shows up now. So, oh, I turned my cheese over. So we have to find the chess pieces, and we knew about the blueprints because I came across one of those accidentally. I believe it's not here. It's the one with the soda can.
During eyelids, you will lose the ability to awaken suddenly due to realizing that this is a dream. Evidence: I have already informed you that this is a dream. You did not wake up. Please complete the remaining orientation activities.
I appreciate the 2 follows. I have mixed it up. I don't know why that didn't come through the way it was supposed to, but what about you, Dora? What's your day going on today?
Warning. You have deviated from the
remember.
orientation pathway.
It's in here.
At the Pierce Institute, patient safety is a
No.
keynote in our
I lied,
corporate
it's up there.
priority tetrahedron. A variable degree of force can and will be authorized to ensure patient safety. Please return to the orientation pathway.
Because you have to take the soda can. Oh god. Make it as big as you can here. Well, maybe not that big necessarily. And then you have to take the block from this one. So this is the chess piece for, what is this, induction? I think it is, introduction, orientation, something like that. Just gonna let me jump on top of the, no, it's still too big. I can't jump on top of that. We may have to make this can a little smaller. Turn it like a bridge, maybe. Well, that's better, but I need to be a little bit bigger. There we go. Yeah, okay. Nope. Oh, but did you see it? Did you see it? There's a blue pawn up there. Yeah. And then it just disappears. And then you can complete the puzzle as intended. I don't know how it is that people find these things, but they do. So let's see. And then this level doesn't have any constellations, so it's the blueprint, and I believe we have all the fire extinguishers and everything, but we'll go through them just in case. I can make this a little smaller here. Don't forget to get your bingo cards
should
too.
reflect a typical mental state. If you believe your mental state was compromised by Somnasculpt, please provide a comprehensive, rational explanation in your post-procedural survey. Completed surveys may be eligible for a gift card.
I want a gift card. I can't tell you how much I love this game. I first played it on Wednesday, and I think I've gone through it at least 2 or 3 times since then. Now, as far as I know, now you remember Dawn was talking about it at the very end, behind the wall painting. Good morning, Dawn. You are just in time. How are you, dear? If I may be so bold.
Please stand by for polite recognition on your completion of the Somnasculpt orientation. You did it.
Yay.
To maximize the time allotted for your therapeutic journey, please do not delay in proceeding through the final doorway as indicated.
I gotta knock over the cheese, the boards here. I'm actually gonna delete this here real quick. Hold on a second. How do I do that from Twitch? There we go. That's not. So we've already found one chess piece so far. Getting a bit annoyed with stupid shit at work, but that's nothing new. Girl, listen, it is 11 quarter to noon. My cup is empty. I need you to fill me up. What is up with what is the tea? What is happening at work? Oh, I'm already losing. Oh, right, the cheese. We need the cheese for this. Because you were correct. You were correct last week. We were just talking about you, actually. Because you said it's behind the painting, behind the sky painting at the end of the hallway. And it is. It is, because I found it yesterday. I didn't click on it for the sake of the achievement, but I found it. I went through the motions on some of these. And we have to find our way across that gap there. I was having a hard time getting the cheese to stay in one place, though. It doesn't make as good a bridge as you would think. Oh. I always forget to re-enable the stream deck on the VOD, so you're just going to see me awkwardly stare at the camera while it plays. Good a bridge as you think it would be. Or something like that. There you go. That's just for posterity purposes. So let's do... because you don't want it to fall. Well, no, okay, don't do that. I was able to do this yesterday because I got this stuck. I got it stuck, and that's the important part. You just have to get a little closer. I don't know if that's big enough. That should work. So then you turn it. Well, okay, not that. I needed to get stuck in the thing because I don't know how wide of a gap this is. Actually, it's wider than that. Oh. Alright, well, I'm not leaving until we get back there. Now, yeah, see, it brings the cheese back. So it brings the cheese back and it gives you this sign here again. So let's make the cheese really big. How do I get this across? Perfect, okay. Well, that is not what I meant to do. I don't... trying not to get the cheese to fall into the hole there. I might be able to do it this way if I... Yes! Okay. Not what was intended, but that works. So it is... So you have to cross that gap. It's right here. So level 1, I think this is, what is this called? Induction? I'd have to look at the level to figure it out, but there was a blueprint on the back of it. You just have to cross the gap. Now, the way that I did it yesterday, I got the... Oh! I damn near fell in there. I got the exit sign stuck at an angle. I just crawled up the side of it, wedged my way in. Alright, so this takes you to, I believe it's Optic, level 2. Just trying to get my nurses, hold on. My nurses' patients to see they get their full points. I keep loading one of them down with new patients and evals and visits. I keep failing, falling through for one reason. Listen. Listen, I just show up and I am who I am. There's nothing I can do about that. But I appreciate your kind words. I hear that more often than you'd think. I still don't believe it, but you know, I trust you. I trust you. Alright, so this is, so I remember this one telling me that as soon as you leave reception, and I'll probably take the time this weekend to do like a real, like level by level walkthrough of this, you know, for like all of the items and then just stitch it together. But I don't know if that would show me. So one thing I don't like about games, whether it's like Steam or anything else, is that once you earn an achievement, you can't do it again. Which makes sense, you know, because you achieved something. But like, if I start a new game, I want the pieces to be there, you know what I mean? So he said, as soon as you leave reception, I'm trying to think what it is that we're looking for. That might have actually been on the next level. So we're gonna go through this. Also, I don't hear any music. Is there a reason for that? Krista's already cramping up on me here.
Moo, are you happy now?
Oh,
A new moo has joined the pasture. J_Zadok, welcome to the herd.
why does that name sound familiar? Did we see you during one of the fast things? I feel like I've seen that name before. Good morning, Jay. How are you? I had the feeling you've heard that before. I do. It's like when people say, it's like on their dating profile, it's like, oh, I'm looking for someone who's 7 inches and 6 foot tall. It's like, well, I'm 5'10" and the other one doesn't matter. So I can't change what it is. I am who I am. But thank you though. Not to be TMI on chat here. 20 minutes into this, but you know. Okay, so that exit has been removed. I'm going to show you how to get to the Nook too. One of the other achievements here. It's not this one. It's this way. I'm still waking up here, sir. We just met. Yeah, but you followed. You're part of the herd now. You're stuck here for life. That's gang shit. That's blood in, blood out. You repping herd for life. Gotta get yourself a tattoo of hoof prints, or else we gotta jump you. I don't make the rules. Actually I do make the rules, but I make the rules and I enforce them. And I have a very loyal moderator who, if she wasn't on a work trip, she would be here to keep you in line. All right, so the Nook is not up there like I originally thought that it was. They want you to walk over the exit sign, but you can, as I was doing it, you can jump on the chairs, jump on the lamp, and kind of just finagle your way onto the molding there and work your way around. So if you come over here to the left, this is I believe this is your first blueprint. Now that one we came across by accident because I noted how much it looked like a reactor. Vatos Locos for life. Okay, I want to steal the idea of the little animals. Oh, the stream avatars?
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd
hold
like
that
to
thought.
talk to you about being special. So special, in fact, that we have no idea where you are. But not to worry, we're working on it.
So, I don't know if she's here. I'm gonna give her a shout out though. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. Let me give her a shout out here real quick. Helps if I spell it right. There we go. So I saw that Alari had these and a few other people, and I was wondering how they had it. And it's like, oh, you just got to go through stream avatars, and it's a program Yeah, it's a joke, boy. Well, you old foghorn, leghorn, or whatever. It is a program on Steam, so you just run that at the same time as whatever game you are currently playing. There we go. And then there should be. I'm gonna look at this again because I want to be sure that I have the credit properly. If you go to my channel, I'm gonna pull this up here real quick. The credit for the sprites should be at the bottom. Yes. So the small cows is Oxen Arts off of Etsy, and the large cows are also Kiki's Creation CA off of Etsy as well. So that's where I found the cows themselves, but the program that runs them is on Steam, and it's just called Stream Avatars. Yeah, absolutely. My Spanish is very rudimentary. I can do. I'd rather be sailing. I can do Peggy Hill Spanish. Los estudiantes are mis amigos. That's about the best you're gonna get out of me. Alright, so it says you want to take the door with you. Your next chess piece is gonna be up here. Oh, actually, this is the first one. This is important. Coming back to the chess piece. Do you see that over there? I passed this the first time. I hadn't even noticed it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know English half the time. Yes, but this time we're achievement hunting. So we're taking our time. I went through yesterday and I got the beat it in under an hour one. I'm hoping this is still here. Yeah, okay. So it's supposed to look like a table, right? So I didn't know that this was here, obviously, when we first did this. And I am a sucker for space-themed things. So you have to make a table out of it, right? So you kind of turn. You have to turn your stars until it makes almost there. Kinda. It's like it'll line up when it does it. It's like right here somewhere. At least I'm hoping it will. Maybe my stars are out of line, maybe. Okay. Maybe not, because it's... Oh, no, because the stars are still there. Okay. So you just have to line it up a specific way. But you can see the table though, right? That's what we're trying to go through for here. Because I'm too close? I'm not wondering if maybe... I'm not missing any of the stars. Everything's like right where it needs to be. It's right here. It's missing some stars up on the corner there. Maybe that's part of the problem. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of objectives or collectibles we hadn't come across last time. Some of which I happened upon by mistake, and when you go to choose a level, there's suddenly a new item that you have to find. So we're looking for constellations, chess pieces, blueprints are the other three. And then we still have to pull all the extinguishers and the fire alarms. Because I think there's about 85 of them. See, it's supposed to be like right here. I'm just gonna keep walking in circles until it kind of lines itself up the way it's supposed to, but... I remember, because there's the door, right? I was standing like right here yesterday. Maybe I have to move over this way a little bit. It's pretty though, isn't it? Oh, actually that might be better if I can actually see what it is I'm looking at. Yeah, see, it's this, I don't know if you can see my cursor, it's this corner right here. We have to try and line up somehow with the rest of them. Although maybe it doesn't do it a second time. I would imagine if it's a new game, it would do it the second time, right? Because you see these stars right here in the middle of the table, like in that black void. What's supposed to happen is that it forms a table, it gets all shiny, and then you click on it, the table disappears, and the stars fall out of the sky. Which was a little jarring the first time I saw it, but. So what are we looking at? We are looking at a constellation of a table. And I have to get the stars lined up in order for the table to actually show up properly. I'm thinking maybe I'm not in the right location. Because this is kind of right where I'm supposed to be. But you notice that the stars aren't lining up right. I'm trying to decide if that's like... Oh. It's getting brighter. We're getting there. Oh, maybe I'm too close. I would have to be a little further back, maybe. No, it is a table, but I'm trying to get it to line up so that it actually looks like a table. That's what they want you to do. I did this last night. I know what it's supposed to do. I have to reorient myself though. Looking up at the stars like that is kind of freaking me out. Okay, so you can see the feet of the table, right? But it's these here on the corner I'm trying to get together. Yeah, like that. So that's that. The feet don't look even. Hold on, let me reorient myself. If I back up a second here. I just don't want to walk out the door. Pretty though, isn't it? I love all the stars. I've always been I've said this 1,000 times before. I've always been a sucker for space type things. Okay, so it is like right here, right? Okay, we're getting there because you can see that that corner is almost filled over there now. Just have to get them to line up properly. There, this one they said was one of the hardest ones to do, just because it's. But I listen. I'm just gonna keep yapping. All right, just give me a minute. We'll get there. There's the table. There's the feet of the table. Where's the door? There's the door. Maybe I have to be here. Because I know when I did this yesterday, just to test it, I was walking around the room trying to figure it out, and then after a while it kind of just appeared. You know, so then you just have to keep moving around until you get to where you need to be. Right, so like right there, it lines up. It may not do it twice, honestly. I would assume that it would, but there's the table, right? Oh no, our table, it's broken. Weird that it doesn't want to do it, though. Can't help but wonder if there's maybe like stars right here in that corner that I'm supposed to be missing. Because there's a few other of these we have to find too as we go on. Okay, see, it forms a solid ring right there. You just gotta sack tap that W key. That dub key until you get it in line. Am I just losing my tits here or what? Okay. See, I don't know if it's because I'm missing those stars in the corner or not. All right. Well, anyway, what's supposed to happen is that it turns into a table, right? And then you click on the table, it shines. There's a gold outline that goes around it, and it just it disappears. This is the second one. Optic, I think it is. I don't know that reference, but I trust you to know your Star Wars lore. No, it's supposed to turn into a table. And I'm not wondering if maybe the stars just aren't in the right place. You can see the void right where it's supposed to be. So we just get these together here. I don't want to leave if we can do it. Oh, wait. They did say this was one of the harder ones. And speak of the devil, there she is. Good morning, Jelly. Good morning, Jelly. How are you? The stand of the table is off center. Well, you see, I'm looking at it from the bottom, and I think it's supposed to be. Because you're looking at a constellation, so it's not going to be like dead center. But I'm trying to get the stars over in that corner there, so that they can form the thing. Looking at it up is kind of what's thrown off my orientation here. So carefully, we want to move this around, because this is where you're supposed to be. Unless I have to be like underneath it. No, because you can see, because the stars are right here. Yeah, we were just talking about you. Only good things, I promise. This time. And you know this is because I have an audience, because I got this together by myself in like 5 minutes yesterday. So there's the table, right? And we're gonna get those stars aligned down there. I think you're supposed to look at it from an angle, right? Because I can't zoom out and I can't zoom in. So you kind of have to, because there's the void that's supposed to serve as the edge of the table. You're the constellations of, now including the constellation of IKEA. I'm on vacation and it's perfection. Yeah, tell us about it. Tell us about the trip. How goes it? Did you remember to use the corporate black card at the sauna yesterday? That's the only way you get your 50% off your mental wellness benefits. Make sure you keep receipts though. Linda loves you to death, but you know she's gonna ask for receipts. Wait, okay, hold on. I'm getting the stars. See, okay. I don't know if I have to be like this, maybe, because you have to get a little closer to it. I don't have to turn your head or not. Because again, looking up at static objects is what's throwing off my orientation here. I do have the video pulled up. I could just look it up, but that's not nearly as fun. When I did this yesterday, I was like right here somewhere. There's the void. I'm trying to click on it and that's not doing anything either. Google says the console. Oh, okay. Well, even if it's a new game. All right. Well, that's my fault. I got the constellation yesterday. So anyway, what it's supposed to do then is once you turn it into a table, is that it actually turns into a table. These stars here in the middle fall down, and then it's just a black void there. And then it counts towards your. I'm assuming it's one of the hidden achievements because I haven't seen it listed. But thank you, because I was going to stand there forever just doing that. All the yoga, all the saunaing, all the cold plunging, all the eating. I went to the beach and I saw sea lions and collected so many rocks and pox. Zero complaints. Have you come across a coffee crisp?
My name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'm just popping in to give you a
we have
quick
an old friend
update on where
that lives
you
up in
are.
Ontario, and
We still don't know, but please keep moving
I've always
forward,
wanted to try a
and
coffee crisp.
hopefully you prefer frequent updates to being reminded
it's a
that you are
spoiler
completely
now.
lost.
Thanks, Dawn. No, I figured. Actually, I'm going to mention this again because I think you popped in like a minute or two after we talked about it. Do you remember when we went through? And this is done. When we went through one of the museum levels on Wednesday, we found that weird red thing sitting up in the ductwork. Turns out it's a chess piece, and we have to find several of those. There's actually one up here, and it tells you to bring the door to act as a bridge. Although I don't know if I'm going to be able to climb that. We already found a blue pawn. So there's a red. I clicked on it already, unfortunately, but there's a red chess piece right there, right on top of this set, and you just have to climb the door in order to get that. I thought it was an apple. No, it is a chess piece actually. Oh, right. I need the. And there is another one up there that we have to go get. But first and foremost, I promised you I would show you how to do the thing. What do you call it? The nook? The nook again. So let's do. I can't take credit for this. Dawn taught me how to do this one too. I went through this puzzle twice and I forgot that there was a door there. Let's make this a little bigger. A little bit bigger than that, really. Back up. I might be able to jump that. But in order to get there, we gotta grab the chess piece. Alright. And then there's an achievement where you have to find the nook. It's right here. You take this out, and then you suck at throwing away your trash. You take it out, you make it small, and then you put it right back in. Now, before we go anywhere, I'm going to put this here. I'm going to take the chess piece, because I need to get back up on that ledge there. Make this a little bigger. Gonna rotate it. I needed to get bigger, not smaller. Bigger. Maybe not that big, but that's a start. And then grab your chess piece. Trying to think if maybe we can. Alright. So you have to make your way down to this. There's going to be a blue knight that sits right here. And you just have to jump on top of these, or vice versa if you can stack them a certain way in order to get to it. And then, of course, don't forget your little fire alarm like I did the first time. And then away we go. snooze these here. The other day, someone sent me a link. It's a site that monitors the bathroom to the ISS, providing it.
Hello, my name
I'd
is
like
Dr.
to
Glen Pierce.
I'd like
and
to
we still
ask,
can't
what was the
find you.
context or
But you
scenario in
should
which
now
someone
have access
thought,
to
oh,
a
he'd be
series
interested
of
in this, and then
elevators
sent you the
that
link to the
should trigger
bathroom
your
process of the
subconscious
space
to
station.
gradually wake you up. You should also find a
Like, that seems
variety
like
of
such a
emergency
niche-
exit
such a
signs
niche
that
thing.
should lead you to them. Will all of this work? Absolutely.
Okay, now this one we came across on accident. Well, it wasn't on accident. I
Hello.
meant to do it.
My
but
name is Dr. Glen Pierce. In the event that this elevator does not wake you up, please don't interact with anything that strikes you as psychologically significant, as we will no longer have any way of controlling it. For example, if you see your parents, please punch them in the face as hard as you can and immediately run away.
Beautiful. So now we just have to make the block a little bigger. And the cheese. We're gonna make the cheese just a little bigger. I don't know if we can make it any bigger than that, but I'm certainly gonna try. Then the soda can. I might be able to get out of here with just the... Oh! Ah, there we go. So I thought this was the outside. Turns out it wasn't. It's a projection. In a studio. And that depressed me greatly. There is a blueprint up here somewhere. Here it is. So you click on that. I don't know what it's for, necessarily. But it, there you go. You have yourself another blueprint. I use the site to see what time the astronauts are awake because I find that interesting. Oh, I stole the cheese. Yeah, I mean, why not, right? If you have the information provided to you. They got plenty of my chaos. Oh, hold on. Am I missing something? I don't think so. And if I am, we'll go through it level by level and take a look at it. Now, I was running out of time yesterday, so I only did I only pantomimed finding the objectives up to level 3. So anything beyond that, you and I will be doing this together. Now this one is the art museum one. Right here. So you make a left.
This is
There's
an
another
automated
constellation.
message for all patients who attempted to use
I
an
never even
alternate
would have thought to
pathway
look for that.
access the next phase of somnasculpt therapy, but who have become trapped in a dream state paradox instead. Your decisions imply a failure of orientation, which reflects negatively on the standard orientation protocol. You will
There you go.
rectify this failure immediately.
So this one I also did yesterday by mistake, because once I got it lined up, so I've only done 2 of these, and this is the second one. It turns into a sideways coffee mug. It disappears, and then it counts towards your Stars Align achievement. Now, in order to get to this, because I don't have a run button. As soon as you, and this is the 3rd level, Cubic, I think it's called. Once you come out of reception, you go through this door, you make a left, and it's right back there. Take the soda can with me just in case. It's just an RC cola machine. Now, this is the one that we came across by mistake. Because I wanted to know what it was and if we could get to it. And it turns out that you can. So you jump on top of this. If you can get on top of this one. Maybe a little smaller so you can get inside of it, but right there. But there is a little red chess piece right here, and you just click on that. Let's do this. I don't think there's anything on this side. No, that just takes you to the blocked off door. There is a golden chess piece over there. I'm told this is just a reference to something. And as far as I know, it does not actually serve a purpose.
Professional tip: the average adult can only withstand 3 to 5 dreams per night. Once this threshold is eclipsed by entering more dreams, your mind will suffer an explosive mental overload, reorienting you for the emergency exit protocol. Please subject yourself to explosive mental overload.
We're going to take this and we're going to use this as a bridge. Or at least like a door of sorts. Of sorts. I can get it big enough. Oh, wasn't there? There's a soda machine too. You can use the soda can. You can put this over here. Not quite sure how you stand it back up again, but you just make it as big as you can. No pun intended. No pun intended. Really big. Like right here. This. So again, I've already grabbed it, but there's a red chess piece on top of this little air conditioning unit there. You don't have to stand on the little AC unit, but as long as you can get close enough that your cursor turns into the hand to grab it, it'll make that it'll disappear. Where it goes is anybody's guess, but I tried not getting too ahead of myself yesterday. But you know me, I get excited about one thing and all of a sudden I don't remember how to... Oh. Anyway. Here's your fire alarm. This one. Now this one you remember, right? We have to put this down, right? Pull this out. And you have to grab the duck from the next room.
Please note that a reluctance to volunteer for the risks associated with explosive mental overload implies a misunderstanding of all other solutions, all of which are far more traumatic and likelier to result in catastrophe. I am not capable of suboptimal suggestions. Please exit this dream as soon as possible.
Actually, what you want to do, pull this out first. You can get the duck to sit still for all of like 10 minutes. Alright, so then pull that one back. Oh, that is not what I meant to do. Okay, get back on top of the duck. Okay, and then okay, so this one has to go back into the wall. Then Okay, oh. Can I jump this, actually? Hold on a second. Hold on, I'm working on it. There we go. So you get back on the duck. And there's a blueprint right on top. Now, I did check the other one, just in case, but there's nothing over there. But they're grates in the wall. I wouldn't even have thought to have checked those. So, again, how these people figured this out is beyond me, but they certainly did. I figured the duck had to be for something, but I couldn't tell you what it would have been for. Okay, so we should have most of our chess pieces already. This, of course, just has to turn into a door. Not a door, but a ramp, you know. Now this one, the one that falls away with you, take this little piece with you. Because you're going to use it. And there's a blueprint. You may all head pat my genius now. I gotta suffer through this coffee here today. The die has been cast. Who? Y'all were asking for him to come back, and as soon as he comes back, it's nothing but puns and groaners. Man was not meant to drink black coffee. I don't care what anybody says. Unless my blend is just too bitter, but man was not meant to drink black coffee.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and despite touring the Waterfall Serenity Zone in the previous section you've just completed, you may still be experiencing feelings of worthlessness and self-doubt. Why do I feel like everything is going wrong, even when the sun is shining?
Now, this one I haven't done. I haven't done this one. So for the sake of ease and for the sake of putting this on stream, I am going to look up a guide for this. So bear with me here a second. What is this called? Super. So that way we can all go through this together here. So this is Blackout. So inside the file cabinet in reception. Oh yeah. See, I think it's a shadow. I never even would have thought to have checked for that. So this one's supposed to turn into a cheese wheel. Where's the void? It's all coming together. Oh, there it is. See, it disappears and then the stars just fall out, leaving it empty. And it's weird looking. I don't know why, but it doesn't do anything besides that. It's neat though, isn't it? I stood there for about a good 5 minutes just staring at that thing last time. Alright, so this is level 4 Blackout. That's the cheese constellation. Okay. So we have to just keep pressing forward until we get to the part with the red exit sign. I just have to check.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to talk more about the feelings of worthlessness and self-doubt I mentioned before. You feel this way because you want the kind of happy
That pawn
life
still
you see
scares me.
all around you. The kind you know everyone else is enjoying. And that's exactly why we're here to help.
I do this backwards because I still think something's going to jump out at me, and I don't want to take that risk, even though I know what's going to happen.
Warning. You were advised to subject yourself to explosive mental overload by descending into additional dreams, but have now descended into a dream within a dream instead, disorienting yourself even further. You are responsible for failing to make this crucial distinction.
Alright, so when you're using the light, right before you get to the door, turn back. There should be... Right before the door, use the enlarged exit sign to get on top of the boxes. There should be a blue chess piece up there. Oh! Did you see it? It's right there. Oh, okay. There it is. Alright, moving on. Oh, I fell. So we're gonna wait till we get to the room with the generator now, so we can proceed with the puzzle as intended. Up until that point.
Did you know that unintentional multi-dream layering occurs in less than 1% of patients? This correlates strongly with the 99% of patients who are able to follow simple instructions from the standard orientation protocol.
Alright, you wait for this to turn on. We need to grab a thing of beans from the kitchen. Can of beans. Okay. Does it say if it's on the left or the right side? Okay, jump on the shelves. Oh, okay, so it's over there. I'm on the wrong. Oh, there it is. You can see it. Oh. Is that a reflection of like the outside of the Somnosculp Institute? Oh, no, it's the inside of the kitchen, that's why. Sorry, I gotta keep up chat on my phone so I can see the rest of the see the rest of the puzzle here. Uh-oh. Oh, stuck. Stuck. Stuck, I need my beans. Just a little boost. So let's do... Now this is a blueprint now. This one we've already come across. It says blueprint 6, but I don't think we've found 6 of these already. It's over there. So instead of coming up on the right side, you come up on the left, you jump down on these shelves, and then you just work your way over there. But we'll do it. Gotta walk your way up the generator. Not the generator, but the wood, the board. Walk your wood up the stairs there. Is it just gonna stand there? All right. Well, there's your blueprint. It's right on the other side of the wall there. And then we press forward. So then we just follow this into the next level then. Make sure you pull your fire alarm. Your extinguisher. Whoa. Trying to maybe I've just pinched my nose so I try to get through this here. Okay. So the next one's gonna be, this will be the 4th blue pawn chess piece, and we're just gonna keep going through the entire game, and we'll check at the very end if we've missed anything. We'll do it level by level. The 4th blue pawn chess piece is on top of the ventilation shaft in the room before the alarm clock. Sheriff, don't die. No, you're not gonna die here. We'll be fine. Thank you, though. And yes, I have to set up. Thank you, EP. Oh, I have to bring the door with me. And Dawn so kindly pointed out last time, oh, can you use the doors as stairs? Which I scoffed and guffawed, and turns out she was right. I owe you an apology.
Attention, Dr. Pierce requires you to note the following risks of dream overexposure. Significant memory loss, both quantitative and qualitative. Hallucinations of dreaded or annoying objects. Unrealistic beliefs about the lengths of hallways. And other side effects which have not yet been discovered or which cannot be understood.
Now, we're going to do what we did last time. I am going to turn off the sound effects. Because while we do this, we have to use the clock as a ladder, and that clock is going to drive me nuts. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. So put one here. A little bigger. Can we climb the top of the... No, okay. See, it's right there. We just have to clone the stuff to get up there. You're on the clock. Can somebody fire this guy? This is a precarious ladder. Okay. We got it. We got it. We can move on. Bring this over here. Don't forget your... Oh, I did forget that last time. Well, now I have to ask if I forgot this one. No, that one I got. Beautiful. All right. Doesn't mention why the cursor turns into a smiley face, though. I'm not entirely sure why that does that. It's cute, though. You know, little thing. Oh, but then as you pass... Oh. Why is it no longer a smiley face? What happened? Do I have to pass through the door for this to... Huh, okay. So the next one is in the room after the red apple. Now, if you click on these often enough, one of them will end up on your head, and you end up with the Son of Man achievement. I did that completely by accident yesterday. You just have to keep clicking on the apple till you get it. Now, I can't take credit for this one either. I'd like to, but I spent about a good 20 minutes trying to game this in a way that it wasn't meant to be gamed. So again, thank you to Dawn for figuring that out there. You see how much easier that is when you know what you're doing? I didn't know what I was doing.
Warning. Dr. Pierce is frantically submitting numerous spelling and grammar mistakes into the standard orientation protocol in a desperate attempt to counsel you. I have no subroutine to correct these errors, but I cannot compromise the integrity of the standard orientation protocol. You will not receive these messages. They would not make sense regardless.
Chair, door, light, pink chess piece. I can click on it. No props needed for that one. So this one you just complete as intended. Hey, do you see a vending machine anywhere?
Attention. Dr. Pierce continues to input significant
and again,
errors.
I thought it was a shadow. Didn't even think to look for that.
Hello. My introductions are redundant.
This one will be a vending machine.
I am a real doctor who went to doctor school. VR has never been a mistake. I can help you, but I also do not know how. Transmission ends.
Gonna be on the side. There you go. I think the stars falling out of the sky and the black void it leaves behind is the creepiest part of it, honestly. Alright, so the next one will be in the next level. So for the rest of, and this is Clone, I believe, the 5th level that we're on here, you just complete this, complete the rest of it as intended. Make sure you pull your alarms and everything.
Hello, name is my Pierce Dr. Glen. To the Somnosculpt Welcome Experience, team of your care leader, patient years 10 development. Conditions
struggle you with whatever with? Like Carmen in the Tower of Babel. You have to do all of these different spelling and word puzzles to release the Acme agents from the thing. Go right next to the door of the... Okay, so we're gonna go to the home theater room. This is right next to the door of the home theater room, unless it's in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Again, how they figure these out is beyond me. So this one, yeah, you go. It's going to be a chair. I love it. It's creepy, but I love it. I love everything about this. See, this is what causes I mean, I guess you can only do it once, but this is what causes replayability, right? Because even after you finish it, there's still so many things to come back and do.
This is a notification that you have reappeared on our monitoring system after a prolonged absence. Please continue to do whatever you did most recently, and discontinue whatever you were doing immediately prior to that.
Especially because when we went through the other levels before, there wasn't anything on the bottom of the level other than the fire alarms and the extinguishers, and all of a sudden there's this tube, and it's like, well, okay, we found that one blueprint of the reactor, I think, by accident, and now there's other things we have to find. What was the pawn that wasn't there before? Now I don't think this definitely won't kill 6 hours, so we can spend the rest of the afternoon doing the Shady Guy simulator. But I want to take the time to go through this and make sure that we get like as many of these achievements as possible. That is the whole point of doing this. Oh, right. Need the house to be a little smaller than that. This level took me the longest because of the different changes in perspective. this got me yesterday too, and I'm trying to remember what it was I had to do here. That one. I have to make the house bigger, I think. And because we know how to solve the pool hall, or the pool room now, that won't take me nearly 30 minutes anymore either. Plus, you know me, I can't say no to a jazzy soundtrack.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. In addition to continuing and discontinuing as mentioned earlier, please also disregard any unsettling experiences that you may have recently had. Everything should have now reverted to being soothing and therapeutic. If this is not the case, you may be receiving this message in error.
Alright, so after you go through the resized window, the left back corner of the room on top of the boxes. Sure as shit. There you go.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to read you my favorite inspirational quote by me. The worst thing you can do is focus on negativity. It won't spare you from the cage of death, the pain of disease, the cruelty of time, the cold shell of human nature, or the eventual loss of everything you've ever held dear. Whatever you do, don't focus on that.
So you take the bounce house, you put it somewhere in the middle that you can jump onto it, and it's on top of the lockers, right over there. That's what I get for linear thinking. Can I make my way through this? No, make it a little bigger. Let's scroll down here. Yes, it does. And I love that. There would have been a day when I was younger I would have figured these out on my own,
my
but
name is Dr.
just
Glen
through pure
Pierce,
exploration.
And I'd
But
like to thank
I'm
you
still having
for
fun with it.
triggering every single one of our 823 emergency protocols. This will assist us greatly in improving the system for future patients.
This one?
Congratulations. Anyway, you're now headed in the right direction, and we should be able to initiate the emergency exit protocol shortly.
It's either we had to resize the microscope back to normal. Okay. might not be the right shape. Make that one a little smaller. It's small. Oh, it's too big. All right. There you go. Long as that stays up there. Now, I'm going to show you something that I learned yesterday. Because you remember the first time I went through this, it took me how long to get over to that house? I was running all along the floor. Didn't need to.
I'd like to show you something.
You can just pick up the house.
Zip.
You can just pick up the house. Never would have occurred to me that that was the way you needed to go about doing this. Although... I don't know that that's actually... I don't know if this is the right one. You see, now you can walk normally. I think I might have screwed that up. Pretty sure it's in this room somewhere. Yeah, it has to be, because that's the elevator that takes you to the next. Okay, let's see here. So, oh, there's a... I did not know that was there. So we're looking for a desk with a punch clock.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to thank you for triggering every single one of our
Wrong one.
823 emergency protocols. This will assist us greatly in improving the system for future patients. Congratulations. Anyway, you're now headed in the right direction, and we should be able to initiate the emergency exit protocol shortly.
Still too big, though. Oh, that made me smaller. That is not what I wanted to do. That's a little better. Do you think I think you have to be normal size for this one. Oh god. Unless I'm doing this in reverse order. Up. No, that's a little better. There should be a desk somewhere. Maybe it's over there. Unless it's on the other side. Yeah, it's over there. Okay. Figure out how we get over there. I may have to go through the door and make myself big again. The blueprint is up there. That's what we're looking for. I'd like to not fall to my death if possible. I'm not quite sure how we're supposed to get up there. Oh, F. I think maybe... Oh. Yeah, I got you. Okay. See, I like this. Because I haven't watched the videos, I'm just looking at the thumbnail and I know in my head where it's supposed to be, and then it's just a matter of finding it. Okay, so this has to go there, so I have something to jump onto. This goes on top, right? This is what I like about those mist puzzles, because once you figure it out, unless it changes it, you figure it out for life. So I have to... Well, that's not going to work, because how do you get back inside the case over there? Oh god, where'd it go? Am I in it? Oh, I got stuck. What? Hello? Charlie, me thinks I'm not supposed to be that small. Oh, yeah, it is having a real problem with me being that small. Oh god. Oh, we're doing the slow falling thing. Apparently I'm a little too small. Now come back. Okay. Okay, we seem to be having some problems here, Captain. Oh shit, where did it go? Well, this is interesting. I'd like to show you something. Zip. Okay, is that it over there? Is that a light of some sort? I don't know where the door went. Let's redo the. You can get it. Alright. So let's do.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce.
This is the one that
and
has
I'd
to
like
come with
thank
me.
you for triggering every single one of our 823 emergency protocols.
Emergency
This will assist
protocols.
us greatly in improving the system for future patients. Congratulations. Anyway, you're now headed in the right direction, and we should be able to initiate the emergency exit protocol shortly.
Oh, yeah, I know, you don't like the... But you're a champ for putting up with it, though. It takes way too long. Why is that falling so slowly? I can't tell if this is making me bigger or not. I'm perfectly fine. Nope. Okay, so going through that makes me smaller, and I don't want to do that. So if going through it makes me bigger, why wouldn't I? Oh, I lied. I already said I didn't want to do that. That's a little better. Hold on. So going through this makes me small. And going through it. But I want to be bigger, so I have to go this way, I think. Right. Make it a little smaller. This one a little bigger. Sir. Thank you. Oh, we're gonna fall into the same issue again. It's not supposed to be that small, because it's like within the. Oh God, am I still stuck within it? Can I go through it at least, or no? Oh God. I'm jumping in slow motion, that's how small we are here. Yeah, that's fine. Just let me go through it. I can. Okay. Well, that didn't really solve the problem. Saturn! Good morning, Saturn. How are you? I'm trying to figure out this puzzle here. But it's not the puzzle, because I know what has to be done. We've beaten that. We've done the thing. But I'm trying to think of how to make myself bigger to get onto the thing. Because making this really big, I think, causes me problems, right? You see this? Where's the lock? So the lock, make this a little smaller. If I make this any bigger... Oh, I knocked over the house. Okay, so going through it makes me small, which is not what I want. Now we wait for it to crush me. It's bet 500 and then either a color or a number. So you can do like bet 500 red or bet 500 odd. Where is it? Odd even. It says there's no contest, but stream avatars will run it. You'll be fine. But why do I feel like that makes me smaller, though? I feel like maybe I'm not understanding how this is supposed to work. No, I'm gonna redo this one more time. Oh, and I lost 500 gold because of it. Lovely.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce.
Oh,
and
it
I'd
even
like
tells
to
you that
thank
one's
you
bigger,
for
that
triggering
one's
every
smaller,
single one of
right?
our 823 emergency protocols. This will assist us greatly in improving the system for future patients.
I probably should have thought about that.
Congratulations. Anyway, you're now headed in the right direction, and we should be able to initiate the emergency exit protocol shortly.
No, see, that's too small. Or it's too big. It's too big, rather. There we go. Nope, that makes me small. I still don't understand how this works. Because before I had to just, oh, okay, that made me a lot smaller. Did I switch the wrong one? I think I switched the wrong one. Well, I think we were doing fine before with the one that we had figured out. Make this small. Oh, that's better. Okay. Make this a little bigger. Hold up. Pull this up so I can see what y'all are talking about. So you went through this. Make it a little smaller. Do I look bigger now than I did before going into this? A little smaller. Maybe? It's hard to tell. So I'm about eye level with the knight there. So we went through it. Smaller. Okay, it's working, but ever so gradually. Oh, but yeah, see, that's the problem we had before. I'm not supposed to be that small, I don't think. How goes your... Oh, that's 500 gold is nothing. How goes your day, Sandy? I have to get up there. And I'm trying to make myself bigger so that I can do that. But I'm trying to remember which of these doors does what. Because I'm able to change my size, but as soon as I get onto the floor, I seem to lose track of which door does what. See, I can't be that small, because then the game has a real issue with it. So I'm not wondering if maybe I have to make this one bigger. And then just wait for it to crash down upon me. Getting some college done right now while you're on stream. See? Okay, now I'm a little bigger than I was before. But the shifting perspective keeps putting it over there rather than right here where it needs to be. See, I'm not supposed to be this small, and it has trouble rendering me in that frame. So if I make this smaller, make this a little bigger. Yeah, the music helps quite a bit. I love the music, truly. while you're here, because I've been meaning to ask you something for like the last 2 or 3 days. And I didn't know if it was apropos to reach out to you through DM. Can you drop the link to your Discord, please? The one that's on your channel is expired, and I keep meaning to grab a link for that. If you'd be so kind. Okay, so see this one makes me a little bigger, I think. But I don't know if you have to change the size of the door or not. I'm just gonna do what it was that I did before, because I know that's how you get over there.
Hello, my name is
See,
Dr.
this
Glen
one's the
Pierce,
small one.
and I'd like to thank you for triggering
So if I
every
make
single
this
one of our
bigger,
823 emergency protocols.
and I walk
This
through
will assist
this.
us greatly in improving the system for future patients. Congratulations. Anyway, you're now headed in the right direction.
Is this making
and
me
we should
smaller?
be able to initiate the emergency exit
Yeah, that's making me
protocol
smaller.
shortly.
So to get bigger, I have to go through this one. Right? Now... Yes. So to get bigger, I have to go through this one. So this is the one that we want to bring with us. It's not gonna let you post a link here, but if you can put it in the Discord, I would be ever so grateful. Thank you. Okay, so I have to go through this one. Bring this with me. And then this one will make me bigger, right? So... Oh, well, that's gone. Babushka. I imagine I'm at university learning about career and doing a quiz. Okay, now, see, that made me smaller. But see... I don't understand. Why am I so damn small then? Unless you have to, like, increase the size of the door. Okay, so you walk through it. Right. Then you just make the door smaller. Walk through it again. Okay. Door's good to go. We just had this figured out when I left the area. Because when you go through this one, it's supposed to make you real small, right? Or real big. No, see, those chess pieces are ridiculously short. See, that's better. Okay. So you're gonna make this a little bigger. Walk through this. You make that shorter. You see what I'm saying? Like, it matches... I'm getting a little taller each time. Or maybe I'm just deluding myself into thinking that I am. I think I'm just deluding myself into thinking I am. So if I... Because you can see the chess pieces on the other side, right? So if I make this smaller, it's going to be right underneath the knight. So I'm going to make this bigger. So if I return it... Oh, that made it worse. Honest to God, I don't understand. So I'm taking this with me either way. Anyway, long story short, it's on top of the punch clock over there, the next blueprint. And we just have to make our way up there. Not really sure why this isn't working the way I'm expecting it to. I'm just going to keep the door over here. That's a little better. I'm on episode 5 of King of the Hill where Hank has constant... Hanky, what are you doing here? This is an old person's doctor. Mrs. McIntosh? Mr. Hill, I can't read what this is. Contact... He's like, contact football. He's holding on to his knee. Now, Mr. Hill, if your wife's concerned, I'm concerned. Mine fires a real laser. Pew pew. Maybe I'll be a proctologist when I grow up. Mr. Hill, I'm gonna need you to relax your buttocks. Yes, I know. I am very familiar with what you're talking about. I was just telling Human Anomaly too about you, that you're our newest convert. So the more you watch, the more we'll have to talk about. If only the others were as dedicated to the herd as you are. The favorite bit is when he blows through the plastic colon like it's a trumpet. Bobby, put that back. You don't know where it's been. Yeah, now you have an excuse. Okay, this is genuinely starting to piss me off a little bit. Because one of these is supposed to make you bigger, and it is not doing that. It's if anything, it's making me smaller. And I don't know if I have to increase the size of the door. Which might be part of the problem. Oh, I guess we're just stuck like this. Okay. Now if I go through this without batteries. Good Lord, Cotton, you gave him a loaded shotgun? Wait, I got it. Maybe. Maybe I'm stuck in the thing now, but oh, no, I had it a second ago. That apple was really big. Or really, it was smaller compared to the... Fuck me, am I too small again? Yeah, it doesn't... It's not going to let me do that. Shit. Okay. You can see on the inside these chess pieces. And depending on how big or how small you make the door... See? Now it's going to make you really, really small, and we don't want that. So this makes you a little bigger. Can't hop on top of the damn thing because I'm still way too small here. So drag this over here to the chess piece. Maybe we'll do it that way. One more time. Well, it's a good thing we got time to kill, right?
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce.
What do you think of it so far?
Thank you for triggering every single one of our 823 emergency protocols.
And half of them play for the
This will assist
Cowboys.
us greatly
Woo.
in improving
I don't
the
want you
system
going
for
to Dallas
future
at all.
patients. Congratulations. Anyway, you're now headed in the right direction, and we should be able to initiate the emergency exit protocol shortly.
Alright, so this is the default. Alright, I have walked through this door for the first time. Now, when I walk through this one without changing it, alright, it's gonna make me smaller, which is not what I want. This one, if I go through it, makes me bigger. So you would think that if I'm dragging that with me, that would make me bigger every time I use it. I'm going to test this before we leave the area here. If I go through this now, I come out of this one. Where's the other one? I come out of this one and it makes me incredibly small, which is not what I want. So I have to go through this, and it should make me really big. Yes. Now, of course, I have to make this a little bit bigger. No, there's a portal here, so it won't let you to take any of the items with you. And that includes other doors. It's just a little bit bigger. Good. So coming out of this one makes me bigger, right? So I have to go to take this. And I have to put it out there somewhere. Well, now I feel like that kind of caused the same problem. Maybe? Maybe not. So this is the small door, right? Going through that makes you small. This is a decent enough height. I think I can work with that. Because this is kind of where we were before. I just don't want to fall off a box or something. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. So to do this, I want to look at the apple here. Okay. So the apple, make this really small. But I can only maybe make it bigger. Oh, that makes it smaller than the apple. That's not what I want to do. Go through this. The apple is really small. How big of a door you can see? That's just making it worse. But I can't crouch, so I kind of have to work my way. This is holy shit. Hold on, I'm just gonna watch the fucking thing real quick. Oh, it doesn't tell me at all. It doesn't say which door you have to go through. It just says you have to. Oh, what the fuck? How the hell did he manage that? Okay, hold on. Oh, I understand. I understand now because I'm a grade A idiot. Oh god. Oh, right, that's the pool. I don't want to go back there. You're half right.
Hello.
You're
My
half
name
right. So I
is
have to
Dr.
take
Glen Pierce,
this one.
and I'd like to thank you for triggering every single one of our 823 emergency protocols. This will assist us greatly in improving the system
That's
for
still too
future
big.
patients. Congratulations. Anyway, you're now headed in the right direction, and we should be able to initiate the emergency exit
You were half right,
protocol
you'll see.
shortly.
So I go through this. Make that one small. I have to bring them both. Because that's how you get that to work. So one of these has to go out here. If I walk, that's it, that makes me really small. You make this one bigger. See? And then you gotta make the door. There you go. Well, I don't know that that was worth it, but don't look at the tiny little house. I can't bring it in there because it's an object. So don't do what I did and try to just brute force your way through that puzzle. Bring both of the doors with you. I wasn't aware that you could do that because I am a grade A stupid. So about an hour later, all that for the blueprint. Oh Lord. All right. So anywho, that's that. Moving on. Alright. When you
Emergency exit protocol initiated. Please prepare to conclude your Somnasculpt experience.
So, when you fall inside the room, on its
10,
side, a hole appears
9,
when you grab the door.
8. Error. Error logged by.
Orientation protocol.
Stand by for analysis.
Error analysis complete. You are exhibiting signs consistent with an increase in fear, hopelessness, and frustration. This is inconceivable, as Somnasculpt therapy is proven to correlate with a decrease in these emotions. Hypothesis: patient was improperly oriented. Conclusion: impossible. Reformulating.
QEB.
Improved hypothesis: patient requires additional Somnasculpt therapy. Conclusion: emergency exit protocol cannot proceed. Emergency exit protocol has been emergency destroyed. Instruction: continue with Somnasculpt therapy indefinitely on an independent basis, as all orientation resources have been exhausted. This concludes your standard orientation protocol. Goodbye.
Oh God. And then it's going to make you do this a few times. Inside the room, on its side, where a hole appears when you grab the door.
Hello.
There's a coffee
My
cup.
name is Dr. Glen Pierce. Thank you for completing the Somnasculpt Standard Orientation Protocol. Before you begin the first phase of therapy, I'd like to briefly describe the finite and fragile nature of the dream state.
Okay. Oh, I got you. Get a little closer to the door. Okay, it's the right idea, it's the wrong perspective. Because I need it to be... the ramp is right, but I have to get it like up the... Maybe from the corner. No, not that way. The other way. Oh, there's a bench there. There's nothing else I can grab onto, huh? That's too close. Yes, that. Yes! Okay. So there's the fire extinguisher. I don't know if there's a fire alarm that I'm seeing. There's a chest piece, though. No fire alarm, but there is a fire extinguisher. Now you can go through the door. Got that one. That one's good to go. Did we grab this one? Yes. Alright, so the next one is in the waterfall pool room.
Of course, nothing is more challenging than the difficulty of changing perspective, of fundamentally altering your perceptions in a way that will enable you to face dire, trial-by-fire scenarios with solutions that could not be found otherwise.
Oh, right, that doesn't matter, because it's going to cause a... The one over there that you can see. Some of these I still feel like I'm missing the extinguisher somewhere. Now, I don't know if you have to go through the whole thing and actually touch the wall, or if you just have to be in that general area, but I touched the wall just in case. Because it beeps at you if you don't. Okay, so let me know if you see a vending machine somewhere. Cube disappears. Oh, there's a blueprint up there. That's probably it. You want to do the mini soda? So small. Oh god. Leapy? Or Eepy. Thanks, autocomplete. we have our little mini soda. So that with the... Although I would think you could just use the cube, couldn't you? Oh, now I see what it wants me to do. Oh, I guess that works. Oh, the blueprint for the castle. After the door.
Finally, while we respect the unique progress of every patient, you must understand that it is possible to completely exhaust your supply of dreams.
Oh.
Thereby entering a state in which you will not be able to wake up, even with the help.
I think we got the blueprint, right? That doesn't matter anymore. Hello? I'm walking into a wall here.
Finally, while we respect the unique progress of every patient, you must understand that it is possible to completely exhaust your supply of dreams, thereby entering a state in which you will not be able to wake up, even with the help of triggering mechanisms.
I can just click on it. You see that though, right? It's right there. Wait. There we go. I got it. All right. Don't move ahead. Just turn around and go through the corridor. Oh, that's one of the later levels. The white space thing. Oh god. So it says getting teleported into the white room with a cube. Check behind the door. Go around the door in the floor panel. There's a hidden white staircase down. Floor panels? Am I to assume it's that door or it's this door? See, it says the cube, but it doesn't indicate if the cube is a cube or if the cube is a die somewhere. Well... Oh, it's definitely not that one. Oh, no, it's definitely not that one. Jesus. Oh, F. Well, how do we get back to... How do we get back to the... Alright, I guess we're pressing forward here. Turns out you do just have to follow the arrows. Yeah, see, as before, I was just blindly...
Please listen carefully for the sound of an alarm clock, which will automatically play if you are approaching a destabilizing dream weight.
Bro, that's trippy. That's trippy. Because I pressed it from the other side, so it's not gonna look the same now. That's fucked up. The elevator disappeared. Alright, so that's 2. Keep to the wall. And we'll go back for it. Because we'll have to see what else it is that we missed. I do like this parking lot, though. Oh, yeah, you can see it. It's right up there. Alright, I'm not touching nothing. Not until we figure this out. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is the paradox one. I like this one. So we are gonna have to, so we'll have to go back to level 7, and that's perfectly
This
fine.
is highly unusual. It appears you have entered the Somnasculpt diagnostic framework. Patients do not have access to this dream.
Cat. The hell is a maquette?
Diagnostic warning. Unrealistic use of dream objects may result in dream integrity fail states.
Alright, so we have to somehow fit ourselves inside of the soda machine. Which would be here. There's one. The other one should also be in there. Don't know what a maquette is, though. Maybe we're not small enough? Jump on top of the boxes. Oh, can I not? I can't do that. Oogly, oogly. There we go. Da, da, da. Box. I think I have to look this word up. It is. The hell is a maquette? Did you see a statue in the room here somewhere? Alright, let's not do that.
Diagnostic warning. Paradox prevention protocols may not be fully implemented.
I'm not seeing a statue here. Oh, how much you want to bet that we have to make that a little smaller and fit it inside the... It's still too small. Make this
Diagnostic warning. Paradox prevention protocols may not be fully implemented.
Oh, come on, we had it a second ago. Alright, nobody touched that. Rice cakes and assorted candies. Did you notice there's little avocados on the wall? The wallpaper? I hadn't noticed that before. Alright, so you're in the soda machine. Oh god. So, where's the red one?
Diagnostic warning. Paradox prevention protocols may not be fully implemented.
Oh god, what happened? it has a real hard time trying to. Is it gonna fall or is it just gonna stand there? It's just gonna stand there. All right, hold on a second. What the fuck? Oh, okay. They use some fancy bullshit horseshit French word. Let's do this from the checkpoint then. So what they want you to do,
This is highly unusual.
take this
It
thing
appears you have entered the Somnasculpt
and you shrink it down a
diagnostic
little bit.
framework. Patients do
Pick
not
it up.
have access to this dream.
Well, maybe not that small, but. Alright, so you pick it up, you turn it around. Shrink it down a little bit. Alright, so now, so we already have the blue one. The blue one was correct. You have to go in, you have to shrink yourself down after doing this one in order to get back to the soda machine. Oh, do I have to walk through it first?
Diagnostic warning. Unrealistic use of dream objects may result in dream integrity fail states.
Now we can go through it. So what does this say? This is Rice Sand Medical Supply Shipping, Tony's Trophies, and Jungle's Bistro. I'd visit. I like the open floors plan. No. So, oh, please don't stick me inside the trash can. So when you come into this level, there's a, oh, I might be too small. Yeah, I'm a little too small. It's right there. But I have to figure out how to redo this. Oh, I don't know if I can get back up there. Fuck. It takes a bit of doing. So I'll show you. It's this right here.
This is highly unusual.
And you can kind of
It
hear
appears
it. There's a
you have
little,
entered the Somnasculpt diagnostic framework.
This is the overflow
Patients
parking
do
lot,
not have
and you have to
access
work
to
your
this
way
dream.
inside the parking lot.
Diagnostic warning. Unrealistic use of dream objects may result in
So,
dream integrity fail
I
states.
walked my way through this one. Just shrink this down a little bit. Just a little. I don't know how big this needs to be exactly. But I would imagine big enough that I can... Probably a little smaller than that, but... And then you shrink yourself down and the blue one is inside the vending machine there. See? Jungle's Bistro. Oh, hey. Oh. I hadn't been in here before. There's no way I would have pulled that fire alarm already. Here we go. There you go. That's your blue one. Although, I thought that was interesting because it said there's supposed to be a red one. Oh, no, they're both blue. Okay. Yeah, I know. I am enjoying myself because there's so many things. I press a button. Now walk into whatever this is. No. Here's the shipping dock.
Diagnostic warning. Paradox prevention protocols may not be fully implemented.
Oh, right. I have to jump onto the table.
Please paradox from creating any refrains. Explosive dream overload may result. Please paradox overload. Please overload for dream explosion.
Where's my
frame?
uploader? Okay. So when you go through the corridors and you fall down twice to end up in a white field.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and many years ago, I had a dream. I found myself in a place where I understood that each of us begins as nothing, where everything I perceived was shaped by seeing it exactly the way I wanted to. White space.
There it is. So it says, when you reach the completely white corridor, turn around and go to the back side of the door you just came out of. There's another blueprint there. Okay, I think we missed that one. Oh, that shit's a little confusing. Completely white corridor. Oh, there it is. I was just too early. That's what it was. Turn immediately or to the right. It's the door. Oh.
But in white space, I also faced the greatest challenge I could imagine. Because with a lifetime of life itself behind me, and all of the weight that it carried, I realized that seeing things the way I wanted to was not as easy as it used to be.
I'm just taking in all the artwork again.
You're well
It
beyond
leaves you
dreaming
in
now,
awe,
and further
you know.
out than anyone has ever come back from. But we hope that you won't get discouraged. After all,
The door
if this
there?
is a place of pure perspective,
Hey,
isn't it also a place where a different point of
hey,
view
we
could
got all
make
the
anything
blueprints.
possible? Isn't that why you came here?
All right, so we got that one. The far end of the valley on the right side. The last hidden constellation room. So this is the right place. I'm on the wrong side of the valley. Is this a door, though, or a painting? Oh, just another wall. Uh-oh. How do I get back up on the thing there? There we go. Okay. So the blueprint is just over that hill there. So we have to go to the very end of the valley, and it's on the right side. But without looking at it, it doesn't tell you where. So we might still have to go further down. How much you want to bet this is it? Yeah, there it is. Oh, wait. It's starting to come into view. There it is. Now, that should have been the last one, but we're missing one. So we'll have to come back. And that's at the end of the snowy valley here, as they call it. And that little space right there that leads you right into it. Now, this one... Yeah, I know. The hidden constellations are nice. This one, it says it's up on a ledge somewhere. And you might need to grab the chess pieces from the next room to do it. It doesn't say which ledge, though. Okay. Oh, it's one of those. Okay. Yeah, these are little chess pieces. guess you have to lean it a specific way. Now, where's the blue one? Oh bullshit! Come on, let me climb the thing. The whole reason you're here is the whole reason you're here, my guy. Is it too big? Is that the problem here? No, it's not big enough. It's a little too big now. Just a smidgen too big. That might work. I can get on top of this and then bring the blue one with me. Nope. Problem is, it's not a flat surface, so you can't really control where it's gonna land. And they don't stay at an angle like the soda cans do. They go right straight back up. That might work. I can get on top of it. No, I need the other one. The blueprint. God damn it. I'm sure that's not the intended solution, but I'm taking that as a win. Don't you go nowhere now. You can see it's right there, but it's painted on like the other ones. Look at that. Oh! So the fact that we didn't get the achievement, we missed one somewhere. But now that we have it, we can just proceed with the puzzle as intended. Sorry. So once we finish with this, it'll tell us on the level select, as it did Wednesday, which ones still need to be completed and which ones don't. And that includes the fire alarms and the extinguishers and everything. Oh, shit. Oh, I don't even know why I tried to make that as difficult as I did. I could have just gone straight across. I don't even know why I was trying to be all fancy. Lord. See? Kids, that's why you don't overthink things. Sometimes it really is just that easy. Sometimes it is just that easy. This one's always a little trippy. Oh. It? Hey, all right, there we go. Oh, there's nothing in there this time.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and by now you may have realized that all of this has happened exactly the way it was supposed to. You see, everyone who
Turn that down just a little bit so you can hear the guy better.
comes to the Institute does so because they feel that they are no longer in control of something important to them. But more often than not, the problem is not that the problems we face can't be
What I thought was neat the first time too is that you make your way all the way through to the end,
that we refuse
and then it
to
takes
see
you
our
all the way
problems
back
from
just
a
to snooze your
perspective.
alarm clock once more.
And so we do the same things
So you get to
again
revisit
and again
everything you've just done.
and again. And therein, of course, we find exactly the failure we were looking for.
And it's just one linear path all the way back.
Your life will always be a struggle, and you will always have problems. But today, you have the chance to see things differently. Even though it meant facing obstacles that seemed impossible at first, you thought outside the box, and you overcame them. Because you saw things from every angle, you understood them for what they really were. Because you kept moving forward, no matter how far off the path you were told you were headed, or how unexpected it became, you found your way.
I'm probably missing some of these, honestly, because this is the hallway that goes dark. So you kind of have to grope your way around until you find all the extinguishers.
In a few minutes, you'll be back in the real world, and some part of you will say that none of this was real. So how could it have really meant anything? But just like the power of perspective itself, it will have been as real as you believed it to be. All you've got to do is wake up.
I can't I can't say enough about this. Okay, so we need an. Okay, so this one's good because this one doesn't have a constellation. Number 2 is good. Number 3, we're missing the fire extinguishers. Same for 4 and 5. We're missing a chest piece in 6. We're missing all the fire alarms, so let's start with. Actually, I'm going to take a quick 30 seconds to switch out my coffee. Then we'll come back. We'll be right back. appreciate your patience. We'll be right back after these messages. So where did we... Oh, right. So we need to start with cubism. So we're just missing the fire extinguishers in cubism. Now the guide did not bother to list those, quoting, citing that there were too many. But if we take this and go through room, let me bring this a little closer here. If we take this slow and we go through one room at a time. That one's probably empty, right? Is this the one with the... No, it's not this one. So we just take these a room at a time.
This is an automated message for all patients who attempted to use an alternate pathway
the
to access the
portion.
next phase of Somnasculpt therapy, but who have become trapped in a dream state paradox instead. Your decisions imply a failure of orientation, which reflects negatively on the standard orientation protocol. You will rectify this failure immediately.
Okay. I don't think there's one back here, because I feel like we would have seen it. Now, you can get over there, but to my knowledge, there's no way of getting out. So maybe we bring a... Well, we'll see if we can't make our way up there and see if there's one in there. There we go. One. Because I want to be able to get my way, get myself out of here. Not gonna let me go past that, so this here. Fuck. Well, we'll come back. Oh no, I can't, because I need these. I need those. They're too small to... Alright, well, that's on me. Okay. So, dark as it is, another piece of the cube, I do not see a fire extinguisher back here. Right. Don't know if there's another way out of this. You can't really, like, wedge yourself out of it, you know? I'm writing too much, my ink is running out. I know this is gonna be like the weirdest question in the world, but I'm a guy who likes state. Not well, I don't say likes, but what type of pen do you use? Or do you just use like a regular Bic? Just some nasty dollar store ballpoint thing. Because if you're doing like a thesis or a dissertation, you gotta take pride in your writing. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we'll reset it. We'll reset it to checkpoint because now we know for a fact that there's no fire extinguisher back there. I'm using a Uniball Signal pen. What color? Black? Blue? They always told us you're not supposed to write in red because it's the same pen they used to grade with. Yes, black. I said maybe I shouldn't tell you this, but it's specifically a Pilot G205. I don't use anything else. I even take it with me when I leave, just in case I either have to write a note or sign something. Because you think of it like the handwriting forensics. If somebody's gonna murder me and write a what do you call it, an unaliving, a suicide note, check the ink, and if it's not the right pen, then it wasn't me that wrote it. Among other things. Between your calm voice and the music, this is sleep ASMR. Listen, y'all gonna give me a big head here.
Can only withstand 3 to 5 dreams per night. Once this threshold is eclipsed by entering more dreams, your mind will suffer an explosive mental overload, reorienting you for the emergency exit protocol. Please subject yourself to explosive mental overload.
Sorry, I didn't want to talk while the narration was going on. Good morning, Mrs. Ouija. How are you? Welcome in. We're just talking about stationery and pens here. I know I love the music. I've said it 1,000 times and I'll say it again. Dawn, you really hit it out of the park with this. And shout out to Dawn too for her gracious, generous personality. Well, I don't know about your personality, but you're at least with this. This is great. I love this. This has definitely been right up our alley here this week. And we're just going through looking for achievements now.
Please note that a reluctance to volunteer for the risks associated with explosive mental overload implies a misunderstanding of all other solutions, all of which are far more traumatic and likelier to result in catastrophe. I am not capable of suboptimal suggestions. Please exit this dream as soon as possible.
We're just looking for fire extinguishers right now. I'm on a snack break at work, also a stationary nerd, so this is all in my wheelhouse. See? And I don't know what happened to her, but I'm always gonna quote her, "Token princess, you attract your own tribe." Can I, since we're on the topic, can I show you my... So Felix got this for me as a gift years ago, and because he thought it was a joke, but I intend to use it. Can I use this one? No, it's a little too small. I'll use this as an example though. So I have this feather quill pen, right? And it's a little chintzy, but it comes with different nibs, right? And I have this gorgeous, I'm gonna make sure not to stain myself, gorgeous vial of brown ink. And I use it for mainly when I write out Christmas cards. Actually, it's specifically just for Christmas cards because I don't really have anything else to write. Now, you can kind of see it here. Where is it? But it's a horde from World of Warcraft. There's a horde stamp that I use for certain friends. There's an alliance one that I use for the other friends. And then I have one with my first initial on it, which for obvious purposes, I can't show you that. But I use that for for family. And for folks who may not have a Warcraft affiliation. So when Christmas comes around, you get a real nice envelope, beautiful stamp. As a matter of fact, I keep them behind my second monitor in this neat little letter carrier here with my stamps in it. Because I love receiving mail, and I even have these cute little thank you cards. But nobody does snail mail anymore, which depresses me. Because I love snail mail. But it's these cute little thank you cards, and they have these gilded pineapples on the front of them. So I've only sent out one so far. This gal was supposed to receive a Christmas card. I sent her a thank you card for the one she sent me, and she never got her Christmas card, which is unfortunate. And I gotta, like, I have a whole drawer here, filled with stationery, whiteout, you know, things like that, stamps. Not stamps necessarily, but my ink, like the letter stamps. And I'm running low on the sticks, but I use these really sexy red wine wax. And you start it with a lighter, the wick burns, and as it drips, you just, it's beautiful. I've been talking to you, oh, not you guys necessarily, but I've been talking to Jelly about it, like in chat. It's like, I want to start up a mail club or something like that, but you know, so many folks do digital. I don't know who would be interested in something like that. You know, domestic or international, depending on the price of the stamps, I could make that work. Just like a herd pen pal, or even like a birthday club. You know, receive like a handwritten letter on your birthday or something like that. How do I get up here? Because I would be down. I love receiving mail. Are you kidding me? I'd be down for that 1,000%. Because it's more personal. You know, it's not the same as like. It's not the same as sending an email or a quick, because people forget to check their emails, or they just don't reply to them. But a letter in the mail, everyone always likes receiving mail, you know? I don't know how to actually mail stuff out. Oh, well, you just take the envelope, your address up in the corner, or whatever the return address is, whom and where you're sending it to in the middle, or at least in the US anyway, and then up in the corner, you have 1 to 3 stamps depending on where you're sending it. Because I think it takes me about 3 stamps to send a regular letter out to Ontario. Just for, you know, distance-wise. And it has to go through the Royal Mail and everything. Yeah, as long as it's not bills. I love receiving mail that's not bills. I feel like we missed something. What are the stamps for? You know, I never even thought to ask. That's how they're postage stamps. That's how you pay so like you go to the post office and you pay for like a book or a roll of stamps, and you have to stick one at the top of every letter that you send out. Or more, depending on where you're sending it. And that counts as postage paid, excuse me. And the post office will send it to the person. I don't... Okay, we're going to go through this one more time. And I'm going to check each and every room before we leave. So confirm for me that is about as empty as it's going to get. Okay. I'm not sure if other countries do it differently, but I know at least in Canada and the US they do stamps. Or at least Canada accepts it when I send it with stamps.
This is an automated message for all patients who attempted to use an alternate pathway to access the next phase of somnasculpt therapy, but who have become trapped in a dream state paradox instead. Your decisions imply a failure of orientation, which reflects negatively on the standard orientation protocol. You will rectify this failure immediately.
I think right now they're like 65 cents. Is that right? Or an 85 or something like that. They keep going up. They're cheap technically when you do it individually. But you can buy a book, which I think is like 10 or 50, and then a roll is 100. And that's one of those things where, like, because it depends on how often you send mail. You buy the book. Yeah, just say the roll is 100 for the sake of this example. So you buy the 100, and sure, you're out the however many bucks that it is. But if you don't send them all that often, well, then I'd say it's a good investment, because then you don't have to buy them ever again. Like 79 cents a stamp. I still think it's a worthy investment, though. Okay, so we've clicked on everything that we've come across so far. And I have not seen any other fire extinguishers so far. Like, I'm gonna do a noob boy look behind the doors here to make sure I'm not missing a fire extinguisher anywhere. We know that's where you have to go. There's one here. That is good. And I cannot, to the best of my knowledge, go through this door. So if there is one out here, I cannot reach it. It goes up like every 6 months, it feels like. We have to print them somewhat frequently at work. Yeah, which is why it's a little better, again, depending on how often you send out mail, to just buy the one, like the book or the roll or whatever, and then just use them as you go. I always opt for the forever stamps.
Professional tip: the average adult can only withstand 3 to 5 dreams per night. Once this threshold is eclipsed by entering more dreams, your mind will suffer an explosive mental overload, reorienting you for the emergency exit protocol. Please subject yourself to explosive mental overload.
I don't know if regular stamps expire. Expire is not the right word, but they always tell you to go with the forever stamp, so that's what I do. Now, I'm not like a philatelist where you collect stamps, but here, let me show you some of these here. Because each Christmas card I do is handwritten. Even friends and family, nobody receives the same message twice, and I try to divvy it up from year to year. And because of how I write my cursive, I understand not everybody can read cursive these days, so I offer translation services. You just have to. It's like, help. What is this you're trying to say here? And I'll show you what it is. See, like these cute little Christmassy stamps. We only have 3 left, but I'm sure we'll pick those up before I think a letter club thing would be awesome. See, now if we can just flesh out how to do that, I would be behind that 1000%. I don't have a P.O. box, of course. I should probably set that up first, but I would love to do that. Pull this out. I'm gonna pull this out. So I have yet to come across any other fire extinguisher. I'm gonna check these walls here.
Please note that a reluctance to volunteer for the risks associated with explosive mental overload implies a misunderstanding of all other solutions, all of which are far more traumatic and likelier to result in catastrophe. I am not capable of suboptimal suggestions. Please exit this dream as soon as possible.
Maybe a guide for those who don't know, because they legit don't do. Yeah, we can absolutely do that. We can, we can put a poll or something. It's not even a poll, because I know I want to do it, and even if it's just one person, I would still consider doing it. Because my materials are going to waste otherwise. It's only a matter of time before this that ink atrophies and turns into a solid, Take this. So, there's one here. We got that one. See, and then that can't be, because then this takes us, well, F. Is there a checkpoint? Yes, that's fine. Yeah, I can absolutely teach you how to do that. An international stamp in the United States costs like $1.25 or $1.75. Depends on how often you're sending international mail.
Moo.
Oh, F
Are
me.
you happy now?
A new Moo has joined the pasture.
Sorry.
Huntix 123, welcome to the herd.
I keep forgetting I have to take that other piece with me. Good morning, Huntix. How are you? We're just talking about stationery here. Yeah, I'd love to send some out. Absolutely. Because I'm pretty sure there's one up there, but I have to. There's one there. Is there one behind the door? No. Is there one up there? No. You're doing good. You're on lunch. Well, what do you having for lunch here today? There's somebody that I follow this in South Africa. I forget who that is. Oh, I really didn't think to grab that when we came up here for the blueprint. That's stupid. Because how much you want to bet that's the one that I needed? Because the other one is right here, and that has to be the last one. So when it takes us to the 3rd level, we're gonna do popcorn chicken and fries in our air fryer with a homemade sauce. See, I feel like I'm so behind the curve in that I haven't picked up an air fryer. It seems like everybody and their brother is using one of those these days. Oh, that's your husband. I need to pick up an air fryer. Alright, so main menu. Select level. Hey, okay, we're good. So we just need the fire extinguishers for blackout then. And I guarantee you it's in that main hallway. Right, so do this. Did that say scam? It says 5 a.m. Let me just scroll through this. Yeah, I don't want to make sure I didn't forget anything. There we go. I use feather pens, LMO. I use it for D&D. I love my feather pen. Mistake of comma splice. What is a comma splice? Hold on, I gotta scroll like all the way up here. I want a pen that can just refill, but I don't like those feather pen things. They are expensive. So this one that I was telling you about here, I bought these pens ages ago, but they're made in Japan, and you can just keep buying the refills off Amazon or some other place that sells refills for these. So you buy the pens once, and so long as you don't lose them, they pretty much last forever. I chew on the clip from time to time and break it off. So but other than that, they would normally last. I've seen several people play this. I'm going back on the chat here, and none of them have gone achievement hunting or exploring this much. I'm really enjoying seeing how much extra stuff. I wasn't aware that half of that existed. Because how would I have known to look for constellations? I never would have thought of that. I was going to look for the 4 hidden achievements after the fact. But it's like, oh, well, there's a pawn all of a sudden on the select level thing. And I figured from the beginning that you had to do the fire extinguishers, but made people write a deal packed with a vampire guy. Oh, I see what you're saying for the D&D thing. With nip pens, but my handwriting looks like hot trash. Love letters yearning for... So I guess I can tell you guys this story now, because it's been, I think, well over 10 years. When I originally bought this stuff, the quill pen and all that, I had a piece of ribbon, I tied it around this letter, and there was this gal I went to high school with. I sent her.
My name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and despite touring the Waterfall Serenity Zone in the previous section you've just completed, you may still be experiencing feelings of worthlessness and self-doubt. Why do I feel like everything is going wrong?
Do you have an example?
Even when the sun is shining.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't want to talk over the good doctor here. We have to be sure. I'm gonna start over here. I'm gonna start right here. That's number 1. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. This is the constellation, right? Yeah, that is. So anyway, long story short, I sent her just a love letter, you know. No, not in a creepy way, because it's not like that, but it's like, you know, this and that. I'm not going to go into the whole detail of it. And she was real polite about it, you know, in her response. She's like, oh, you know, I appreciate this, but there's like, and that's fine. That's fine. I wanted to send it because I didn't want to spend the rest of my life wondering what if. And now I know. And I'm perfectly fine with that. But I'm glad I sent it. It didn't turn out the way I'd like, but that's all right. That's all right. So I gotta go. So I have to remember where these are. So there's 1, 2, 3. I think 3, right? And then 1, 2, 3. I think there's like 4 on every side. Got that one. There's one right in front of me here. Okay, there's that one. Here's the door, so the other one should be... Okay. You can see one here. Should be one right across the way. Where's the door? Where's the extinguisher? So 1, 4. So we can see the numbers, right? 5. Oh wait, don't we come back this way once we turn the generator on though? No, because it closes the doors. Is there one over here? There is not. I've been following a bunch of these food blogs recently on Tumblr, and there are so many new recipes I want to try. Which is why, and this is going to sound weird, but I don't mean it like that. Like, a lot of you need to live closer because I need people to cook for, to bake for. I have this great ambition and all of these wonderful ideas, but Felix doesn't eat anything outside of like chicken nuggets. I outgrew that shit 20 years ago. All right, I need a food. Rather, I need real food. Which, if that's your comfort meal, whatever. But man cannot live on dino-shaped chicken nuggets alone. I don't care how good they are. There's been like I saw yesterday, I forget the name of the blog, but there's like these no-bake peanut butter banana cookies that you can make. They're like, and you fill them with a little bit of protein powder for a breakfast. There was like a no-bake carrot cake cream cheese energy bar. There's so many new cheesecake recipes I want to try. Strawberry cake mix cookies. Like, we have a recipe for cake mix cookies that we make about 2 dozen or so excuse me, 2 batches or so every Christmas. But I want to try the strawberry ones. Maybe add like a little bit of chocolate to it, you know, like one of those. I forget the name of the gal what's the name of the company? That does those the chocolate covered strawberries all the time. I used to get those to my sister for like Mother's Day or something. I forget what they're called, but they were really good. Or so I was told. The fruit itself, I'm not a fan of, but I've heard good things about it. No mushrooms, nothing. I was like mac and cheese and chicken nuggets only. So I'm not a fan of mushrooms, but I will put it in the recipe because I like the flavor that comes with it. You know what I mean? Like, if it's big enough that you can just, you know, that's fine by me. Is this a fire extinguisher? There's no fire extinguishers in here, right? Oh, can I pick this up? No. But I love just putzing around in the kitchen. You know, give me something to do. Get me half naked, half tipsy, and put on a little Rat Pack, and you're good to go. My grandfather always said, "Help if it doesn't have garlic, put garlic in it, and if there is garlic in it, well then put more." And that is a philosophy I always follow. There's 2 doorways here. Do they lead to the same thing? No. Right? Oh, maybe they do? Oh, yeah, I guess they do. Well, for safety purposes, I'm gonna find out. God, But now I'm into mushrooms. I was never into scrambled eggs or mustard. Not together, just individually for the longest time. And then, somewhere around my teen years, it's like, oh, mustard is the best thing in the world. And it has been a journey and a half ever since. I think we can come back once we turn the generator on, right? So, because I can't see where half of these are.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to talk more about the feelings of worthlessness and self-doubt I mentioned before. You feel this way because you want the kind of happy life you see all around you. The kind you know everyone else is enjoying.
We're just waiting till I get to the
And
generator.
that's exactly why we're here to help.
So anyway, oh God, I hope I can go back through there and I didn't miss anything, because I'm not going to be able to see it for sure. Oh, no, you can, because it makes you follow the pawn all the way through.
Warning. You were advised to subject yourself to explosive mental
so long as we don't
overload
go
by
into the
descending
secret
into
ending, what's not a
additional
secret, but I guess
dreams,
the
have
ending
now
room with the
descended
pawn
into a
will be
dream
alright.
within a dream instead, disorienting yourself even further. You are responsible for failing to make this crucial distinction.
So anyway, long story short, my sister's boyfriend apparently comes from like a meat and potatoes family, and she says, "Help, listen. Sometimes it can be so bland. I love him to death, but no man of mine will be scared of garlic." And I said, yes, because it's terrible. Like it's the sort of family who's like, oh, ranch is too spicy. Honey, you can't just boil everything. You gotta put some flavor in there. Like it doesn't need to be Vindaloo levels of spicy.
Did you know that
but,
unintentional multi-dream
a little
layering
garlic
occurs in
won't hurt
less than
anybody.
1% of patients? This correlates strongly with the 99% of patients who are able to follow simple instructions from the standard orientation protocol.
I'm gonna check this real quick. You'd think there would be a fire extinguisher in the kitchen, right? But I don't know if there's a way into the kitchen. Right, so we're gonna go back this way and follow the pawn there. I'm not a fan, I think, of stone ground mustard. It tastes a little to me, but oh yeah, the knife came back. But Dijon's all right. Ma has this recipe she sent me for graveyard Sammy's, and it's this beautiful mix of like brown sugar, mustard, and I think maybe butter or something like that. And you take these King's Hawaiian rolls and you just stuff them with either ham and cheese or turkey and cheese, whatever it is you want to do. You mix the little marinade or whatever it is together, brush it all over, let them sit in the fridge for a bit, and then you stick them in the oven. They're fantastic. Real cheap, well, back then, I don't know about now, but real cheap, real easy to make. And I like using the King's Hawaiian when I make my meatball recipe, but you press them into burgers because the earthiness of the meat, and stop me if you've heard this before, but the earthiness of the meat is balanced out by the sweetness of the rolls, and it makes for a real nice little sliders, you know. So we're just looking for fire extinguishers. Just now that we can see what we're doing. Oh. Folks have been trying to get me to convince me to try sushi. And there's a few highly rated places I'd like to try one of these days, but I don't know. I really read the ingredients and see what it comes with. Because if I'm paying $20 for something, I'm gonna eat it. I can't go back that way. Maybe it's gonna let me fall. Oh, I remember this. The thing with the I didn't understand a word of that.
Door opening.
Well, I know where that takes me, and I don't want to do that. But I think you have to, right? Because it just loops otherwise. I'm more of a baker. Oh, girl, I can do both. I have 1,000 different recipes for things. I make the, hold on. Trying not to like, it's like the more I talk, the tighter it gets. It's starting to pain me a little. I might just have to start whispering at you. Can you still hear me all right for the most part? kind of just let the bass carry my way through the conversation here. Every fall, and I only make it once a year because it'll put us into a coma otherwise, I make this gooey pumpkin butter cake. Okay, and I know I've talked to you guys about this before, but it has the consistency it's a 13 by 9. It has the consistency in the ASMR health. Listen, y'all are too much. It has the consistency of a pumpkin pie in the middle of the cake. So when it comes out, it's going to be a little wobbly, like a pie. But the crust, the perimeter on because it's a rectangle, it has the consistency and firmness of cake. So you can cut it and pull it out like it's a cake. But when you go to eat it, because it has I think 2.5 bricks of cream cheese, an entire bag of powdered sugar, it's a lot. But it's so evenly spiced. And you can hold it like a cake and just cram it in your face. Now I like to put a little Ready Whip on it because I'm a sucker for Cool Whip. Love the way that it tastes, but Ready Whip, Cool Whip is better for cooking, right? Like if you're baking jellos or salads or something, well, salads, quote unquote. But the Ready Whip is better for hot cocoa. And frankly, because I just like the fat ass I am. They tell you that you can put caramel sauce and pecans on it, or pecans, however you want to call it. But there's already so much sugar in that cake. It's fine enough by itself, and I know you can't see the hand motions that I'm making here, but it's fine enough without the caramel, because the caramel sauce would just give you cavities. I made that for the family once when I was still living at home, and my mom's boyfriend at the time, he bit into it and he said, "Oh my God." And I knew then. Okay, so there's no... See, and there's the dogs. But we know that that's not the right ending, so... I did it. Though. I was right, it was in that hallway. So that's good to go. There's no blueprints in level 5. So we need... Looks like we're good. So we need the extinguishers now. Would you whisper away, ASMR? I'll ask you guys, because you guys probably and travel around different circles of the internet here. The microphone, or maybe maybe it's just an attachment that these ASMR people have that has the two ears on the side of it. Was not professionally. What is that attachment called, or is it a specific microphone? I'm not interested in get one of those because I think wouldn't know how to explain that to somebody. You just start licking the ears on the side of that thing, but it has to have a name, right? What is the name of that attachment? And I read ASMR like it's asthma. Asthma? Sure thing I got asthma. I was born with it. Can't breathe halfway through winter. The asthma's real bad in the summertime, when the air gets real soupy. So there's one here. Good. I just don't want it to be too loud, you know, so I don't know if I have to bring this closer, if I just have to lower my voice a little bit. So I guess let me know if the volume's no good here as we as we look for these fire extinguishers here.
Attention, Dr. Pierce requires you to note the following risks of dream overexposure. Significant memory loss, both quantitative and qualitative, hallucinations of dreaded or annoying objects, unrealistic beliefs about the lengths of hallways, and other side effects which have not yet been discovered or which cannot be understood.
Oh. Stopped? Well, better safe than sorry. I'm not normally a big fish person. See, there's the smiley face again. But fish fries are real popular up here. And folks have introduced me to things like cod. And I mean, I've had cod before, you know, but like haddock, trout, walleye, and it's not, that's fishy, you know, but it's not gamey. So it's not too bad. Do we see any additional fire extinguishers? Because I know that if I fall into this over there, it's just going to bring me to... Google says the mic with the ears on it is free space binaural microphone. $400. Thank you, Toxic. I don't know that I could ever justify something that's half a rent payment. I mean, I'm not looking to do something like that anyway, but...
Warning.
Listen, cash
Dr.
is cash,
Pierce is
right?
frantically submitting numerous spelling and grammar mistakes into the standard orientation protocol in a desperate attempt to counsel you. I have no subroutine to correct these errors, but I cannot compromise the integrity of the standard orientation protocol. You will not receive these messages. They would not make sense regardless.
Because it's like a white one with two ear-shaped things on the side of it. I'm not knocking it. I have no problem with ASMR. It's not my thing. But what gets me is when people do like the chewing ASMR. Like my misophonia could never. It's like, we're just gonna open this and we're gonna take a real big bite. And then they just crunch the loudest effing KFC you've ever heard. It's like, you're practically running a fucking jet engine over there. Can you not? Can you not? Alright, do we have any additional fire extinguishers up here? What? How the hell? How do you miss the most obvious one? Oh my god. Well, at least
Attention.
for the most part, they're out in
Dr.
the
Pierce
open.
continues to input significant errors. I will interpret his basic ideas. Hello, My introductions are redundant. I am a real doctor who went to doctor school. VR has never been a mistake. I can help you, but I also do not know how. Transmission ends.
Hello, name is my Pierce Dr. Glen. To the Somnosculpt Welcome Experience, team of your care leader patient years 10 development. Conditions struggle you whatever with? Professional invention. Edge science with cutting, a tomorrow can bright. And buts, no ifs or luck good.
Did anyone else hear that? Or am I having a stroke? I'm smelling burnt toast and cinnamon. Oh, that's right. I never told you that story. Cinnamon's my stripper name. I keep forgetting to tell you that story. I'm not going to tell it to you now, but I'm going to have to tell you that story one of these days. Ew, what? Which portion? Oh, the chewing on that. Yeah, I can't imagine. Okay, we're good. We're good there. So we need the chess pieces for Dollhouse and the fire extinguishers. So we'll go through this. Now, if this takes us over 5:30, that's perfectly fine. It's a Friday, which is why I had set that for today. Shoot our way. Oh, I never even thought to check these other suites.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to discuss the assumption that secret or out-of-the-way locations ought to contain valuable knowledge instead of pipes filled with squandered human potential. They usually don't. If you think about it, they probably shouldn't. It's bad design.
So is he yelling at me for going into rooms with pipes? What did I say? Did I say something? What did I say? What are we talking about? Oh, is this all the blueprints? Or is this just the ones we've found? Is that an avocado? It's an avocado! Thanks!
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and in addition to the occasional puzzle generated by your mind, you may also repeatedly see images of things that you obsessively dislike, such as avocados. We believe this happens because you're obsessed with them.
So apparently the player character does not like avocados. There's just an avocado. There's even an avocado bedspread. And you know what? I don't mind it. I think it's a neat little color, actually. I'm going to take this thing with me. Well, because the first few times we've come through this puzzle, I never bothered to go into any of these rooms here. I am going to have to pull up the guide to figure out where the chess pieces are here, but... This is level number 5, I think? Avocados are so gross. Okay, seems we have ourselves a bunch of haters here today. I'm almost done at work. How the fuck did we get here? Okay, so... 4th? Now... Oh, this is Dollhouse, I think, right? I think we have the constellation. We just need the chess. Oh, I haven't been looking for fire extinguishers. I need to go back to look for the fire extinguishers. I think we're all set there. Gotta be real quiet. You don't
It is 2 o'clock in the goddamn morning. Get your ass in bed and shut the hell up. It's willing to bang you. It's willing to bang you. That was the last one. Constellation. Yeah, I don't know. You're filling my head with this ASMR stuff. I don't know how to do it without making it creepy.
Hello,
I guess it's only weird if
my
you make
name
it weird.
is Dr. Glen Pierce. This is a notification that you have reappeared on our monitoring system after a prolonged absence. Please continue to do whatever you did most recently, and discontinue whatever you were doing immediately prior to that.
Why are there avocados everywhere? Free shavacado. Yeah, I don't mind avocados. I mean, I usually eat them mixed in with something, like smeared on a sandwich or something, like not by themselves. I'm not going to scoop out the pit and just start horking away. So we have to go this way. Maybe we have to make that a little smaller. I lied. We have to make it a little bigger.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. In addition to continuing and discontinuing as mentioned earlier, please also disregard any unsettling experiences that you may have recently had. Everything should have now reverted to being soothing.
Absolutely, Saturn. I appreciate you coming by.
If this is not the case, you may be receiving
If I don't see you
this
again,
message
if
in
I don't see
error.
you today, you have yourself a great afternoon or time of day. Top of the morning to you, lad. I'm gonna move this back here a little bit so I'm not yelling at you the entire time. Oh, we're not looking for blueprints. We're looking for... There's the blueprint. Oh! There it is. We found all the secret chess pieces. It was right on top of the door. I never even noticed.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to read you my favourite inspirational quote by me. The worst thing you can do is focus on negativity. It won't spare you from the cage of death, the pain of disease, the cruelty of time, the cold shell of human nature, or the eventual loss of everything you've ever held dear. Whatever you do, don't focus on that.
Do you mind? Do you mind? Oh, well, I guess we don't have to look for the chess pieces anymore because we found the last one. I do need the fire extinguishers.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to thank you for triggering every single one of our 823 emergency protocols. This will assist us greatly in improving the system for future patients. Congratulations. Anyway, you're now headed in the right direction, and we should be able to initiate the emergency exit protocol shortly.
Should be. Which which part, the piano or just the am I too loud? Whoops. Oh, if it were anybody else, I had to check the name to make sure there wasn't some random. Like, it's not any better than my board members are doing it, but at least that way I know who it is. I know who to fire later. Have such lovely skin. Would you mind if I wear it for a while? No, no.
my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to thank you for triggering every single one of our 823 emergency protocols. This will assist us greatly in improving the system for future patients. Congratulations. Anyway, you're now headed in the right direction, and we should be able to initiate the emergency exit protocol shortly.
It's the great leap forward, Charlie Brown. It's the cultural revolution, Charlie Brown. So I don't see a fire extinguisher anywhere else near. Oh, I still missed a fire extinguisher in Dollhouse? Okay. We have to be on our very best. We have to be on our very best lookout. Looking for those. No. Confirm
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce,
extinguisher.
and I'd like to discuss the assumption
No
that
extinguisher.
secret or out-of-the-way locations ought to contain valuable knowledge instead of pipes filled with squandered human potential. They usually don't. If you think about it, they probably shouldn't. It's bad design.
That's number one.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. This is a notification that you have reappeared on our monitoring system after a prolonged absence. Please continue
Number
to do
two.
whatever you did most recently, and discontinue whatever you were doing immediately prior to that.
I'm almost willing to bet you that was it right there. That's number 3. Number 4. Number 5.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. In addition to continuing and discontinuing as mentioned earlier, please also disregard any unsettling experiences that you may have recently had. Everything should have now reverted to being soothing and therapeutic. If this is not the case, you may be receiving this message in error.
not entirely sure. He should definitely mention his name a few more times. Look at how small it is. I'm just checking around the pillars. The columns, pillars. Because it is entirely possible that they would have just put a fire extinguisher on the other side of that. I'm a big metal fan.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to read you my favorite inspirational quote by me. The worst thing you can do is focus on negativity. It won't spare you from the cage of death, the pain of disease, the cruelty of time, the cold shell of human nature, or the eventual loss of everything you've ever held dear. Whatever you do, don't focus on that.
I think that's number 6 right there. Number 7. Yes, I agree. He's inspired by his own quotes. This has been peer-reviewed by a very intelligent scientist. Me.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to thank you for triggering every single one of our 823 emergency protocols. This will assist us greatly in improving the system for future patients. Congratulations. Anyway, you're now headed in the right direction, and we should be able to initiate the emergency exit protocol shortly.
So that should be the end of the fire extinguishers on that one. And if it's not, we'll come back to it another time. I'll save you the trouble of clicking on the radios again, unless they're automatically triggered. Do this room by room. No fire extinguisher. There's no extinguisher in this hallway. There's nothing in this room. There is nothing in this room. There's nothing in this hallway or behind this door. There is nothing in this hallway. There's nothing in this hallway or behind these doors, except this one, which is already empty. Nothing behind the curtain. Nothing behind that curtain. There is no extinguisher behind this door. No extinguisher. Well, there's this, but there's no extinguisher there. That was quick. Which episode did you watch?
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce.
I didn't click on that.
This is a notification that you have reappeared on our monitoring system after a prolonged absence. Please continue to do whatever you did most recently, and discontinue whatever you were doing immediately prior to that.
West East Side Story. Oh hell, if he can throw a football as well as... You think he's a good bowler? He looks like he's a good bowler. This is a doggy too, Con Jr., and her name is Ladybird. Hell, her mama helped hunt down James Earl Ray. I bet it tastes like a Bible cover. Con Jr., you make me fight with Neva. Go to your room. I didn't think a child could be motivated by a fortune cookie and an orange slice. A fortune cookie may be small, but it contains great wisdom. Orange, nice and juicy. But what's most important, Con, is that they both go to bed hungry. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Con, we get kicked out of Laos. We get kicked out of Anaheim. I tired of running. You go out there and make friends with Redneck Dipper. Yeah, I know exactly. As I then proceed to quote the entire episode right back at her. Yeah, plus it's fun when they play leapfrog. That one's empty. Wait till you get to when they talk about Y2K and they get to the Millennium. Stupid redneck. That's not for burning. It's for wipey wipey. Okay, I need you all to be vigilant. Are there any other fire extinguishers so far that I've missed? You'd think it would stick out like a sore thumb, but... I check each and every one of these rooms, and I swear they put in an additional one just to mess with me.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. In addition to continuing and discontinuing as mentioned earlier, please also disregard any unsettling experiences that you may have recently had.
He's Laotian, ain't you, Mr.
Everything
Khan?
should have now reverted to being soothing and therapeutic. If this is not the case, you may be receiving this message in error.
I'll have that steak right there. The hell you say? That ribeye's from my daddy. Uh-oh. Cotton's coming. You better scram, Cotton. Watch out, Colonel, he's Japanese. No, he ain't. He's Laotian, ain't you, Mr. Khan? Mr. Khan, I'll have a Mai Tai. Ah, Super Squirter. That ain't no water toy, Mr. Khan. That there's a genuine Winchester 20-gauge shotgun. Good Lord, Khan, you gave him a loaded gun? You don't give a toy without batteries. Click, click. Come and get your Tootsie Rolls. You can love it for 4 more hours.
Well, you don't give a toy without batteries.
Oh, hold on. Well, you can love it for 4 more hours. It's a rental. And don't worry, Dad, if the pony comes back, we'll call the rental place. The kids are already gonna make fun of me because you got the wrong kind of bean dip. What's wrong with the bean dip? He gets off the horse and the first thing Joseph says to him, "Where are its legs?" What you looking at, boy? Lost my shins, or got my shins blowed off by a Japan man's machine gun.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to read you my favorite inspirational quote by me. The worst thing you can do is focus on negativity. It won't spare you from the cage of death, the pain of disease, the cruelty of time, the cold shell of human nature, or the eventual loss of everything you've ever held dear. Whatever you do, don't focus on that.
He's got a... Here you are, sir. 1 Mexican driver's license. And here's 1 Santa Ana's leg. And then you hear the narrator's voice at the end. If you'd like to see Santa Ana's leg returned to the Mexican people, please write to Senator Dick Durbin at the Illinois State Senate. Because it's still under glass in an Illinois museum.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to thank you for triggering every single one of our 823 emergency protocols. This will assist us greatly in improving the system for future patients. Congratulations! Anyway, you're now headed in the right direction, and we should be able to initiate the emergency exit protocol shortly.
What'd you end up having for lunch? Saturn. That had to be the last one. It had to be. There's no way. There's no way that we don't have those already. And if we don't, I'm going to be flabbergasted. Thank you. Alright, so we need the fire alarms and the constellation for Labyrinth. Now this one already has the smoke detector, or excuse me, the extinguishers, but we're gonna click on them anyway.
Emergency exit protocol initiated. Please prepare to conclude your Somnasculpt experience in 10, 9, 8. Error. Error logged by.
Orientation protocol.
Stand by for analysis.
Remember the Hank and the
Error
grape.
analysis complete. You are exhibiting signs consistent with an increase in fear, hopelessness, and frustration. This is inconceivable, as somnasculpt therapy is proven to correlate with a decrease in these emotions.
Hank in the great glass elevator, and he thinks they're all going to moon former Governor Ann Richards, yet it somehow winds up with a date for Bill.
Hypothesis: patient was improperly oriented. Conclusion: impossible. Reformulating. Improved hypothesis: patient requires additional somnasculpt therapy. Conclusion: emergency exit protocol cannot proceed. Emergency exit protocol has been emergency destroyed. Instruction: continue with somnasculpt therapy indefinitely on an independent basis, as all orientation resources have been exhausted. This concludes your standard orientation protocol. Goodbye.
So we're looking around for the fire extinguisher. I don't want to click that just yet. Looking for a fire alarm. It's a little dark in here, though.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. Thank you for completing the Somnasculpt Standard Orientation Protocol. Before you begin the first phase of therapy, I'd like to briefly describe the finite and fragile nature of the dream state.
Do we see a fire alarm somewhere? The fuck is this? Who would have thought to go all the way up here for that? Well, there's a blue something. Is that just a barrier? Blue something there. There's a TV and a piece of cheese. Oh, the TV blinked. See, you learn something on every playthrough. don't remember how it was we did this before. Just know it has to create a ramp so that we can get up there. It's a little too steep. Better? No, it's worse. Might be a little too much. Here we go. Come on, come on. Okay. Extinguisher. There's no alarm in here. Right? Let's see. Oh, well, there's that one. We pulled that already.
Of course, nothing is more challenging than the difficulty of changing perspective, of fundamentally altering your perceptions in a way that will enable you to face dire, trial-by-fire scenarios with solutions that could not be found otherwise.
See, I'm trying so hard to find... Because you would think... Here it is. You see that? Because they made it the same color as the wall. And in this one, you're supposed to fall backwards into the thing. I probably said 2 or 3 different times now. There's the elevator. There's one over there. Oh, but we pulled that one already. There's an extinguisher. Then this is going to be the one with the elevators again. But it's going to wait for me to turn around. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna go this way. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. I'm focused on finding the collectibles. Well, not the collectibles, the fire alarms right now, but this one, I think this one is just mainly a puzzle until we get to the next one. No, I appreciate you being here. You know, whether you're active in chat or not, or you guys are lurking, I appreciate you being here. What do I always say? I mean, I say a lot of things, but what do I always say? Whether you're here to hate watch me or love watch me, you know, a view is a view either way. You know. Because you never know, the next stream might just be his downfall. I've already prepared my YouTube apology, and I'm starting to learn how to play the ukulele. Okay, so we pulled that one already. Don't forget to cry. I don't know if I can muster that up, but I can, I have a cute pet, though, for sympathy.
Finally, while we respect the unique progress of every patient, you must understand that it is possible to completely exhaust your supply of dreams, thereby entering a state in which you will not be able to wake up, even with the help of triggering mechanisms.
Dawn, are you still here? I want you guys to take a look at this. So I accidentally got well, I didn't accidentally. I pushed myself back. I got caught up on a ledge. I don't know what this does, but you crawl over the pipe, and they quite literally put an Easter egg here in the corner. Can I drop it? I don't know if it does anything. It's just quite literally an Easter egg. I think that's what it is, right? It doesn't look like it does anything. I'm gonna take it with me, though. I figured there had to be something over there, but no, there's no fire detector thing over there. Take my little Easter egg. Oh. Lost my Easter egg. I was right. But how did I miss that the first time? All right, well, we'll have to come back to that. But here's the last constellation. It's supposed to be a moon, I think. Oh, it's I don't know what that is. Projector? Okay, well that was the last of the constellations, so we got that achievement. Well, is there any way I can go back to the checkpoint? I want to take the Easter egg with me.
Finally, while we respect the unique progress of every patient, you must understand that it is possible to completely exhaust your supply of dreams, thereby entering a state in which you will not be able to wake up, even with the help of triggering mechanisms.
Okay, so don't touch the cube. The cube is what's going to get us to the next level, the next part of the level. Oh god, please use other door. Did we open any of these? don't know what the Easter egg does. Unless it doesn't do anything, but I'm gonna keep asking questions until I... It's quite literally just an Easter egg. Don't know if I... Assuming you can't take it with you. But I'm gonna look it up, because I don't want to be wrong here. Wait, there's several of them? There are literal Easter eggs. Why have I not seen any of the others? Is there an achievement for it? Okay, so there's no achievement. Okay, well, god damn. There's always fucking something to find in this game, bro. I swear to God. I'm. I swear to God. Okay, so there's no achievement. So we are going to run through it one more time, level by level, but once we finish with the main collectibles first, and that's just to find the Easter eggs, just to say that we found them. Because that's... Boy, they really went all out. Oh, it's a personal achievement? Oh, it's a personal achievement. They really went all out with this. Oh, F me. I'm supposed to be looking for... I got so distracted by the shiny eggs. I've never been taught verb tense, antonyms, synonyms, and homonyms. Really? They taught us that in middle school for the most part. I don't remember what an antonym is, but homonyms and synonyms and all that, I understand. I probably do remember, I'm just a little too focused on this, but... There's synonyms, synonym rules, right? You learn that in home ec.
Please listen
They're
carefully
two
for the
words that
sound
taste
of
the
an
same.
alarm clock, which will automatically play if you are approaching a destabilizing dream weight.
Like synonym rolls are made with ingredients. That's a reference to another old Jack Benny sketch. Oh, wait, aren't antonyms like opposites, right? Like strong and weak? Synonyms are like they're two words that mean the same thing, but they're not, you know, like using a thesaurus, you know. Yeah, like young and old are antonyms. But afraid and cowardly. How do we get back into the... I pride myself on the ability to read Roman numerals. I don't remember where that knowledge came from, because it definitely wasn't taught in school, but I can do it. Okay, so...
This is highly unusual. It appears you have entered the Somnasculpt diagnostic framework. Patients do not have access to this dream.
So I think we found all of the fire alarms in this one. But
Diagnostic warning. Unrealistic use of dream objects may result in dream integrity fail states. Please paradox from creating any refrains. Explosive dream overload may result. Please paradox overload. Please overload from dream explosion. Conclusion dream overcall frame.
It's possible. I'm guessing. I don't know where white space begins and where white space ends. Is this the new level, or have we not made it to the level yet? I guess we haven't hit a loading screen, so this wouldn't be... Can I go this way? Oh, there's a barrier. If it makes you feel any better, most adults probably wouldn't remember most of that anyway. It's like, I forget, I think it was Taco we were talking to yesterday, right? Like, when's the last time you were tested on it? When's the last time I had to proof a circle in the real world? Now, granted, that's probably because my old field of work didn't necessarily require that.
My name is Dr. Glen Pierce.
Look at it, it's a circle.
And many years ago, I had a dream. I found myself in a place where I understood that each of us begins as nothing, where everything I perceived was shaped by seeing it exactly the way I wanted to. White space.
The sky doesn't look hazy, but I still keep smelling smoke. Never seen it. Congrats on the opening of the... Yeah, I know. Sometimes they're automatically triggered. I try not to click on them, and then it just happens anyway. It's always yapping about something. Fuck. I was so trying to avoid that. Oh, well, there's this one. Okay, so this has to be an entirely new level. The fact that they're painted the same as the color in the walls, bro. Oh. Okay, well, that's all the fire extinguishers. So we're still missing an alarm somewhere. I don't know what level this is, though. Although if I had to guess, this is probably white space, right? So we have all the chess pieces, all the constellations, and all the fire extinguishers. And the blueprints. We just need to pull all the alarms. I'll have to go through and figure out which one of these still requires that to happen. So let's go back to the main menu real quick. Take a look at this. So that's good, this is good, that's done. Done, done. Labyrinth. White space is good. And the last one doesn't have any. So it's just Labyrinth. What are you apologizing for? You don't have anything to apologize for. Oh God. I like that.
Emergency exit
Put it out
protocol
with more
initiated.
fire.
Please prepare to conclude your Somnasculpt experience in 10, 9, 8. Error logged by.
Orientation protocol.
Stand by for analysis.
Yeah, I guess when you do all of them, it shoots out fire.
Error analysis complete. You are exhibiting signs consistent with an increase frustration. This is inconceivable, as somnasculpt therapy is proven to correlate with a decrease in these emotions.
It's number 2. Yeah, again, I can't say enough about this. The fact that we've gone through this, I think, no less than 10 times in the span of 3 days. I think that says something for your
Hypothesis.
replayability.
Patient
There's
was
number 3.
improperly oriented. Conclusion.
Physically count these out now. So,
Impossible. Reformulating.
This is the last level for the
Improved
collectibles.
hypothesis. Patient requires
So we're
additional
looking
somnasculpt
for-
therapy. Conclusion. Emergency exit protocol cannot proceed. Emergency exit protocol has been emergency destroyed.
Wish they'd stop yapping.
Instruction. Continue with
Fire
somnasculpt
alarms.
therapy indefinitely on an independent basis, as all orientation resources have been exhausted. This concludes your standard orientation protocol. Goodbye.
Oh god. Oh, Santa, you don't have anything to apologize for. I'm gonna start charging you all $1 every time you apologize when you don't need to. I'm gonna put a virtual jar together and I'm just gonna charge you each $1. You learn to stop apologizing. Same, which is why we're instituting the jar policy. Now, are you asking that in a broke way or in a bougie who uses fiat cash anymore way? You just swipe the black card by Amex. You're better than the rest of us. How did I miss that? I've been through this room 15 separate times. They're shitting with me. There's no way. There's no way. I'm telling you, every time I replay this thing, they add one more thing. Like, I have to keep pressing, making that shoot fire just to prove that I actually did that achievement. So right now I'm writing about $1. I got you $1. Oh, you gotta be quicker than that.
Hello.
Oh, you almost
My
had
name
it.
is Dr. Glen Pierce. Thank you for
Hello,
completing
Dr.
the
Pierce.
Somnasculpt Standard Orientation Protocol. Before you begin the first phase of therapy, I'd like to briefly describe the finite and fragile nature of the dream state.
Oh, I guess maybe this one doesn't have one? Yes, thank you. Did I pass No, they wouldn't give me a thing if I couldn't go up there, right? Alright. Now we know that there is no fire alarm in that hallway, so we do not have to go back up in there. I'm trying to see if there's one painted the same color as the walls. That one's been pulled. This whole game is just one big acid trip. I like it. Now that I know what the hell it is I'm doing, can't help but wonder if there's one down here somewhere. that I haven't come across. Like, they wouldn't hide in the dark, you would think, right?
Of course, nothing is more challenging than the difficulty of changing perspective, of fundamentally altering your perceptions in a way that will enable you to face dire, trial-by-fire scenarios with solutions that could not be found otherwise.
I don't see one over there. Don't see one over here. This is the ceiling, so you wouldn't see one here. I'm not wondering if there's a way to catch ourselves on that ledge. If there's one up there somewhere. Dr. Glen Pierce is my dealer. How much you want to bet? We still have the staircase. What are the odds I could actually make it out of here? If I climb all this stuff and like ramps and everything. So here's the staircase, right? Then if you just make it really, really big, maybe not that big. There's no floor, so I guess maybe that'd be a little hard to do, but not impossible. I need like a steel girder. There we go. That's a little too steep, I think. It's not steep enough. You believe in me? I'm pretty sure I can do this. It would take me a second to figure it out. I doubt that's what you're supposed to do, but I'm doing it anyway. Where's the door? Door's up there. Oh, that's a loss. If I could just get the stairs up here. Start the process over. Oh, well, that kind of destroyed that. Because if you make this big enough, it would just act as a floor. Right? Isn't that the whole point of changing perspective? Or am I just losing my mind on a pipe dream here? That one's good to go. We've pulled that one. There's a chair. Oh, this changes everything. That's a chair too. If I can get this to stand up right. good. Just bigger. No, 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 no. No. Yes. Okay, good. Good. Good, 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 good. That's a start. There's the back of the chair, so I don't like end up falling off of it here. Okay. Where's the door? Door's over there. I need to know where the other stuff is. There's a girder. Okay. This staircase. This can get me to the top of the chair. Were we just having a conversation just yesterday about whether or not you can start a sentence with the word "and"? And Two Fox apparently went to some remedial school. He's like, "Oh no, you definitely can." It's like, "No, I don't think you can." He's like, "Well, I know a guy that knows a teacher that says you can." It's like, wow, no. I need lights or something in here. I can't see what it is I'm doing. I was so close. Maybe if I make this stuff really small and put it over here. Take the girder. This goes over there. More steel. Another chair. There's plenty of chairs. You can stack these. And there's a table. So there's no way that you're not supposed to be able to make it back up there. Right, you're just gonna make the stairs really, really big. Like, obnoxious. The door, I think, is over here? Or is it? Yeah, it's right there. So... So this works as long as I don't touch anything like related to the structure. Let's do this one. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna need a chair to get up there. Need a bigger chair. Perfect. It's right there. I can just grab something that isn't this. Okay. That's not going to be enough. I need another one. Weren't these 4 of these panels? I'll leave that there. I need like 2 more of these. Yes, I know. Oh, that melted. Never mind. Ozma, welcome back. I've almost made it up to the door. I don't know where. It might be a little hard to break past this table again, but that's fine. Because I know there's 4 of these panels, but I have to find them. Wait, what's this? That's another chair. We'll keep the chairs over here. Steel girders in front of the door. Keep the table like where I can see it. Here. More chairs. We got plenty of chairs. It's a little hard to see, but... Oh, those were the stairs. But I might be able to work with that. How do I get around to the other side of this? Sit. Good. Where are the stairs? We're just missing fire alarms in this level, and I'm pretty sure it's up in that door. I have no way to confirm that without looking at a guide, but it's all about change in perception. Tilt that one a bit. Shit. I think I'm making this too hard. Good. So here's panel number 3. I'll put that right there. Where'd the other ones go? That's number 1. Should be... That's the leg of a chair. Coffee cup. Kind of hard to see in the dark, I know, but... Because there were 4 of these before. Is this another chair? That's another chair. What's over there? The stairs are right there, and I don't want to use those just yet. If I can find a way... Oh, what am I doing? That's what the stairs are for. Are you telling me I can't climb the stairs now? Why is there something underneath it? Alright. For the sake of time, we'll move on, but I'm telling you that last... Because this is the elevator. I'm telling you that last thing is up at the door, because we didn't get an achievement out of that. Oh, but the wood is still here. I can, oh, but I can't take it with me, though. Lame. And so keep an eye out for a fire extinguisher. There, a fire alarm. We found everything else, though. The constellations, the chess pieces, and all the other fancy stuff. We heard that before? What is that noise? Like a city or something? Can you put this up there? See, there's the box for the fire alarm, but there's no... I take a shot every time he says fire alarm now. Oh, where's... that come from? I'm like obsessively going over this because I've been through these rooms 1,000 times. Okay, we pulled that one. The fire, that still has flames coming out of it.
Finally, while we respect the unique progress of every patient, you must understand that it is possible to completely exhaust your supply of dreams, thereby entering a state in which you will not be able to wake up, even with the help of triggering mechanisms.
Okay, well that's the Easter egg. We don't want to do that. Part of me wants it to get stuck so I can climb on top of it. Get me back on the pipes. Because there's a doorway over there. How do you, what's the checkpoint here? Minute 26.
Finally, while we respect the unique progress of every patient, you must understand that it is possible to completely exhaust your supply of dreams, thereby entering a state in which you will not be able to wake up, even with the help of triggering mechanisms.
Okay, so... it won't let me go through with an item. Fuck. Is there any way... like, push yourself on that edge over there? I don't have any additional... like, items I can interact with. Oh, damn. Because again, I don't know where white space ends in this, or this ends and white space starts. Fire alarms are going to be orange. Yeah, we pulled that one. Oh. What? We still have more to find? Okay, we're obsessively just going out of them. I found it. So, with that said then, what else do we have to do? I think that's everything, right? That is... yeah, that's all of them. What's this? I can walk around in whatever this is?
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce.
That's it?
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. Hello, my name. Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce.
You're telling me there's even more things I can do? Oh, it is! It's a projector of the moon! Oh, I wish I had one of those. That's kind of neat looking. Also, hello, Alari. How are you? We just found our last fire alarm. Polite recognition. I found the hidden trophy. Tester of the Year, 1991. So there's our last achievement. Or, well, I don't want to say that, but we are the giant golden pawn. We get it. Your name is Dr. Glen Pierce. No, because there was a button that wasn't there before. Oh, we pulled the fire alarm. We turned on the sprinkler. I'm getting my cheese wet.
Hello.
I'll spare you that. Good job, I napped all day. Hello there. Alright, so that turns on the sprinkler. That lets you find the other trophy. I want to complete all of these. Are there any hidden... There's one hidden achievement remaining. What the hell could that possibly be? How do you do the vaguely activated achievement? Oh, it tells me. Hold on. Oh, okay. So, there should be a reception office with a chessboard on the computer. You click on it. And this is only after you found all the chess pieces.
Welcome back, Dr. Pierce. It's your move.
Dr. Pierce's office. And there's the radio. So is it entirely possible that he was watching us do this from his office? There's another fire alarm. Oh, but I can't pull it though. That's... So how do I... Pawn from the chessboard. Okay. Blue rook in its place. So here's the blue rook. Move that from the board.
Analyzing possible moves. Calculating win probability.
Kasparov!
Analysis complete. I must resign. Congratulations, Dr. Pierce. You win.
How much you want to bet that was the last one? Yep, that was the last hidden achievement. Nice. Okay. So it doesn't mention the... Because we have all the blueprints, all the constellations, the fire alarms, and the extinguishers. And the rest of these, I think, are just import a 3D model into the game. Beat it in under 30 minutes, that's a completely different... What does vaguely activated achievement do? Huh. Okay. So we're gonna set a timer here when this thing rolls around. Grab a piece. So according to the internet, you just have to hold an item for 2.5 minutes. So we got some time to kill. What are you guys up to today? What do you want to do? Couple minutes of holding it with no movement. So give maybe 5 seconds for having moved in spot. So, somebody talk to me. What's going on? What are we doing? We are Dr. Pierce? Well, we clicked on his computer and it brought us to his office. So, possibly? It's like that game that Toxic was playing the other day where you end up being the killer. Well, you don't know that you're the killer, but with the way that the psychosis is going on, it's pretty damn clear that you're the killer. The one with the hairy mouth and the fish lips. What's her name? Bulby or something? She could get it. or Gertrude, whatever it was. The achievement should trigger after 2.5 minutes, and it's been, I think it's look at my watch, it's been a minute here already. Bori, yeah, Bori was her name. Shit, Bori. My brain is broken. Are you still having trouble with the nurses, Don? So, supposed to be 2.5 minutes, according to this thing. Oh, there you go. Vaguely activated achievement. Congratulations on doing something. Alright, what else we got? Play someone else's dream, so that's probably the workshop. All challenges in challenge mode. So, I think we can do that. Not the challenge mode, that might take more time than we have here, but let's do... You want to run through the game real quick with the director commentary? just like we're playing Portal. Oh, where's there we go.
Hello, and welcome to the Superliminal Developer Commentary. I'm Albert, Game Director of Superliminal. Myself and the rest of the team will be popping up every now and then as you play. With subtitles open, you can see who is talking and what their role on the game is.
Our patent-pending Somnosculpt technology provides safe and effective dream therapy.
Now, this should be easy enough because we don't have to worry about fire extinguishers and anything like that. We can just right to the end.
Secondary overflow parking lot at the University Medical Center.
I love when they add developer commentary. That's what I like so much about Portal. The first time I played Portal, I did it with developer commentary, and it wasn't until the very end I realized you don't get achievements that way. So I had to redo it. But at least by then I knew what I was doing and why they do it that way.
Hi, my name's Chris. I was the producer and designer on Superliminal.
Hi, this is Will O'Neill, and I was the writer on Superliminal.
Okay, so that very beginning of Superliminal is actually one of the last parts we finished. Throughout development, we created so many different introductions to the game. Not all of them were cutscenes, like that one, but we ended up feeling that that in-game video sequence offered a really smooth on-ramp that let us set the framework for what's to come. By keeping it grounded in the world, rather than just a video, we felt it to be a good way to get you situated in the game and aware of what's up.
So, when I wrote the opening line of, "Are you filled with feelings of self-doubt?" at the beginning of the game, I was definitely envisioning a player immediately unconsciously responding with yes.
Yes.
And of course, the purpose of that is to sort of pull you into the idea that you're not playing a character in the game. It's you inside this experience. And of course, making it clear that the clinic itself is not necessarily the safest or most prestigious place to get treated creates an immediate tension, especially when the very first thing you do in the game is accidentally sign away all of your rights.
Well, because it didn't let me read it, so I just assumed that.
A lot of people ask about how the resizing mechanic works. The concepts are actually quite easy. To keep an object looking the same, assume if we move the object twice as far away, it just needs to be twice as big. It's all proportional. Interestingly enough, this also works no matter what field of view you use. The hard part of this mechanic isn't the actual resizing, it's trying to figure out where the object needs to be. To do this, you need to test a weirdly shaped object with a weirdly shaped background, and trying to find the right ratio for the object to be big enough to not touch anything, while keeping everything accurate and optimized.
Bah, that sounds like basic entry-level work. Anybody could have done that.
Terms of service accepted. Congratulations on falling asleep.
Hey,
Welcome
this is
to
Matt.
Sunmask.
I did the music and
Progress
sound.
may be monitored by
Yeah?
qualified specialists.
This very
Well,
first
hats
jazz
off
piece
to you,
in the
my
game
guy.
is called I Wonder. And if it sounds at all familiar to you, that's because you just heard its melody.
Control.
This very first jazz piece in the game is called I Wonder. And if it sounds at all familiar to you, that's because you just heard its melody and chord progression in the Somnoscope TV jingle back at the start of the game, which I called Smooth Wonder.
I'm already enjoying this.
Hi, I'm Logan, and I'm level designer on Superliminal. A difference with the main resizing mechanic in this game is how much freedom it gives the player. This puzzle is a good example. In most puzzle games, if you put an object on a button in this scenario, the object doesn't need to be moved anymore. The key to unlock the door removes the key from the problem space. But unfortunately, in our game, you can just turn around and grab the object from any distance away. Therefore, we've gotten good at adding barriers in many places so people won't carry an object through all puzzles forever.
And you'll remember if you saw my YouTube video on the developer commentary of Portal, that they had the same issue where players would have portals in between levels, which is why they created the incandescent particle field, or quote, the Fizzler, which destroys the portal as soon, or any other objects as soon as you walk through it. And they show that to you early on in something they called introducing concepts. And once you understand what introducing concepts is, you notice that in just about every other game that you come across. Like in Mirror's Edge.
Confirmed. You can move freely, interact with surrounding...
Yeah, I'll interrupt her. She's not going to interrupt me. In Mirror's Edge, one of the first levels that you go through, they have a rat walk into an electrified fence. And that way you know that fence is not safe to touch. Otherwise you would have
and
just
listen to messages from your patient care
zapped
team.
yourself.
Please note that I am the standard orientation protocol and that my voice has been explicitly chosen to remind you that I am not a part of your patient care team. I do not care.
Hi, my name is Alex.
Hi,
I
Alex.
performed gameplay programming on Superliminal. When I joined the project, there weren't really any menus except the absolute bare minimum to get the player into the game. And there wasn't any keyboard support either.
Imagine. Is that it?
So the first order of business was to add proper mouse and keyboard support to the title and pause menus. The hardest part was supporting switching between the two on the fly, because you never know when the player is going to do it, and it could lock them out of the game. With that foundation laid, I started working on controller support. In terms of the menus, there wasn't much work to do. The pad basically acts like a keyboard. But gameplay was quite a different story. As we approached launch, we all agreed that controller support wasn't quite up to par, and so we shipped without it, adding it around a month after launch. To make controllers feel as good as mouse and keyboard, I wrote a bunch of code to modify how controller input is interpreted. For mouse and keyboard, input is more or less one-to-one mapped to player movement. So you move the mouse and the camera turns. But that doesn't feel good with controllers. Trying to pick up a very small object, say a chess piece, could be quite finicky. In the end, I made it so looking around accelerates the longer the stick is pressed, and behaves differently based on whether you are looking vertically or horizontally, and also while you are holding an object. Probably the biggest change was a quote-unquote auto-lock feature, which draws the focus to a grabbable object as your cursor gets closer to it. All these changes culminated in controllers feeling much more accurate and satisfying.
Okay. I wanted to politely wait until he was done yapping. I didn't know if he was going to keep going.
Throughout each level, we try to give subtle hints on which objects are grabbable and which aren't. This is more of an introductory level, so it doesn't have a lot of objects, but you might notice that grabbable objects, in yellow, are complementary colors to the background colors of green and beige.
During eyelids, you will lose the ability to awaken suddenly due to realizing that this is a dream. Evidence: I have already informed you that this is a dream. You did not wake up. Please complete the remaining orientation activities.
There's quite a bit of foreshadowing throughout this level. We wanted to hint at the mechanics that are going to come later in the game. For example, the projection, the clone, and the portal hallways later on. Little things like that feel like visual treats when you're playing this level, but serve as fun reminders when you play for a second time that we kind of told you the whole thing all along.
Spoilers.
Hi there, I'm Steve. I'm the art director of Superliminal.
Hi, Steve.
One of our main visual touchstones for this section centers around a couple of silly questions. What would someone in the early 90s dream up as a futuristic testing facility? And how could they build that on a shoestring budget or with infinite time? I feel like those two questions were ones we actually asked ourselves more than once during the process of making this game.
Answer the question? Like, how do you do it on a shoestring budget? Oh, they don't have one back here? Lame.
Warning: you have deviated from the orientation pathway. At the Pierce Institute, patient safety is a keynote in our corporate priority tetrahedron. A variable degree of force can and will be authorized to ensure patient safety. Please return to the orientation pathway.
When we were playtesting, we realized that players were getting tripped up on different aspects of the resize mechanic. So we tried to make each puzzle in this level teach a specific action. The cheese puzzle is our way of forcing players to make something from very small to very big, and the puzzle after that is the opposite. This broken window puzzle is to teach you how to make things small and fit through a hole, but at a distance, so you can't simply walk up to it.
All environments perceived during eyelids should reflect a typical mental state. If you believe your mental state was compromised by Somnasculpt, please provide a comprehensive, rational explanation in your post-procedural survey. Completed surveys may be eligible for a gift card.
We had this looping hallway for a while, but it was very nondescript and players got confused on where they were and they would get turned around. So our artist Steve helped mock up some windows and landmarks so people can tell where they are. Immediately, we found that playtesters weren't getting lost anymore and understood the moment.
And then you cut to me, who immediately went through and got lost anyway, thinking these were going to lead me to different hallways.
Our core game mechanic is so novel that we immediately drew comparisons to other quasi-sci-fi puzzle games. And since our game is about playing with and subverting expectations, we wanted to lean into that and start the first level with a kind of test chamber aesthetic and immediately break that going forward. Narratively, this space is what Dr. Pierce planned to have his dream therapy program look like before it all went wrong.
That's interesting.
Please stand by for polite recognition on your completion of the Somnasculpt orientation. You did it. To maximize the time allotted for your therapeutic journey, please do not delay in proceeding through the final doorway as indicated.
Now, of course, we have to go around and we gotta make sure there's no other additional pieces missing behind. Note to self. Going backwards makes it bigger. Or not. That works. Fuck me. Alright, well, let's hope there was nothing back there.
The reason we ended up with this sleep clinic section is because we wanted to convince players that they might have actually woken up from the dream. So we don't have any dreamlike mechanics you can play with until you get to the vending machine. Later on, this becomes a hub you come back to in order to emphasize the feeling of waking up from a dream within a dream.
So, Inception?
We want the first moment of people walking into this hallway to feel different from other first-person puzzle games. This hallway is designed to feel surprisingly warm, which helps make it feel a little bit surreal.
Pink.
And a little bit odd.
Red.
Throughout the game, we're bouncing between these two feelings, the feelings of warmth and coldness.
So my brief for the jazz part of this soundtrack was always to do my best to emulate the iconic solo jazz piano sound of the great Bill Evans. For that, I listened to an album called Alone. My process was to try to compose my own superliminal jazz standards. I fleshed out the first chorus and melody. Later on, I workshopped and recorded with my good friend John Reeves. And I'm so glad I did because his piano skills are so much better than mine.
The piano. You gotta tickle them ivories. Oh, they never explained this, or whether or not you can actually get back in there. Which, I guess not, because I haven't seen it listed anywhere else on the internet, but... Hey! Some doors are best left closed. We still have our fire extinguisher. Need more commentary. Ugh. Does that work? Oh, it's a little too steep. I love that the music cuts out right as you cross the blueprint. So I'm gonna skip the radios because we don't have to go through. Hi, hello, I'm Glen Pierce again.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce.
Sometimes it's automatic.
And I'd like to talk to you about being special. So special, in fact, that we have no idea where you are. But not to worry, we're working on it.
What was I gonna say? I'm assuming that they're gonna keep the dialogue to like the main pathways. Oh, you know what I should have done? Hold on, I have to look something up real quick. Set up here. Shoo. Hold on a second. I hate when they give you a guide and it's all videos. I don't want to watch a video. Just let me read the text as to how to find what it is that I'm looking for. I don't understand why that's so hard. A second here. Right, like I don't want to have to watch somebody's video. Okay, here we go. Okay, so restart this here. So this is level 2. Right, and we've already gone through this dialogue. We just proceed forward. Although I guess it depends on what section you go through. Oh no, it's this one. I'm gonna mute this for a second. It says there's supposed to be... Oh, unless it's back here? Do you see it? I don't see it. They said, when you reach the first gray exit door that you can pick up, back up just a bit and look straight up. Then this here, that gap above, wider in this T section than the rest of the ceiling apps, or the ceiling tiles. Unless they want me to use the door. Well, anyway, we won't hold you any longer than we already have, but there's the first Easter egg is supposed to be up there. Like the actual, just an actual Easter egg. Not wondering if maybe. You believe in me? I think we can do this. Oh well. Not when you do it like that. Is that it over there? Or is it this one? Didn't say. Alright, well, we'll move on. So the other one is supposed to be up there. You have to grab an exit sign and climb really high with it. Oh shit. Well, don't do that. Go. I don't know if you could see it from down here, but it's supposed to be up on that catwalk there. We'll move forward, but one of these days I'll go through and I'll show you photos of them. I'll post them in the Discord, you know.
Hello.
They figured out how to get up there.
My name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to talk to you about being special. So special, in fact, that we have no idea where you are.
So tired of hearing Glen Pierce's name.
We're working on it.
Like, it's been long enough. We know who the guy is. Dr. Glen Pierce is my mortal enemy now. Hello, I'm Dr. Glen Pierce.
Hi, my name is Ryan, and I was the principal artist on Superliminal.
Hey, Ryan.
Optical's Pink Hotel Hallway was the first area we nailed down visually and served as a starting point for how we approached the art for the rest of the game. We wanted enough decoration for it to be interesting to the player, yet it couldn't have too much visual noise, or else the player would get lost and overwhelmed. We made interactable objects the complementary color of the surrounding environment, which helped them pop more and feel more important. After we were happy with how this part of the game felt, the rest of the locales came together much quicker, and we required less iteration.
Hello.
That's a fancy word for revisions.
Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'm just popping in to give you a quick update on where you are. We still don't know, but please keep moving forward, and hopefully you prefer frequent updates to being reminded that you are completely lost.
Assuming... I don't want to assume. I don't ever make assumptions out of anything. So if we can make our way up here... I had to make sure there was no additional talkie thinky post.
Hi, my name is Phil Fortier.
Hi, Phil.
I was the graphics programmer on Superliminal, and I also worked on some of the Easter egg design. So in this warehouse, you'll notice that there are actually 4 exits to the room, and the level geometry on the other side of the exits would actually overlap if it existed in real space. So to make the level design a little easier, we used our portal tech here. So the exits to the room when you leave the room are actually in vastly different physical locations within the level, but hopefully it should be all seamless for the player.
So... You said there's 4 exits?
Before you grab the moon in the next room, please notice that it looks quite far away. An interesting fact is that it actually isn't that far at all. But because the moon's position is moving with your position, it seems to be infinitely far away.
Well, that's what they said in Portal, and you can, or Portal 2, and you can still shoot a... Oh, well, spoilers. You can still shoot a portal at it. Can't walk onto the catwalk. It's supposed to be... up somewhere. It just says climb very, very high. Alright, moving forward.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and we still can't find you. But you should now have access to a series of elevators that should trigger your subconscious to gradually wake you up. You should also find a variety of emergency exit signs that should lead you to them. Will all of this work? Absolutely.
This puzzle has the problem of requiring the room to not have a ceiling, which resulted with players wanting to escape the room. In a later update, we added a secret area above this room and a bunch of other secret areas based on where we saw players going.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. In the event that this elevator does not wake you up, please don't interact with anything that strikes you as psychologically significant, as we will no longer have any way of controlling it. For example, if you see your parents, please punch them in the face as hard as you can and immediately run away.
So the third one, or at least the one for level 3, should be explore the dark room as soon as you leave reception. He could get it. Was that is that jelly? Yeah, yeah, it is. It says explore the dark room.
This is an automated message for all patients who attempted to use an alternate pathway to access the next phase of Somnasculpt therapy, but who have become trapped in a dream state paradox instead. Your decisions imply a failure of orientation, which reflects negatively on the standard orientation protocol. You will rectify this failure immediately.
So going back there is the constellation. I don't see. Oh. Well, I'll be damned. I'm lost as hell here, but. Not seeing anything I can interact with. So I'm just going to keep moving random directions. Up. Is it over there? Oh. Maybe? Do you see it or no? Or is that part of the door? It looks like a brightly colored egg, doesn't it? I don't know if there's any actual way to get to it, though. Keep jumping until something happens. Wish it wasn't so damn dark. It's so hard to see what you're looking at. If you look through back there, that red and yellow, through the wall there, it's very hard to see on your screen, but I can't see for shit. There's no way to turn the brightness up. Oh, wait. There's a speedrun timer? Oh, that would have been nice to know. Jesus. Okay, bad. So, some of these you can pick up, some of these you can't, I guess? Because I wasn't aware that you could get behind the pipes, but now I'm not wondering if there's way over there. You'd think there'd have to be, right? So these are the pipes. This is how we get it. This is how we got on here. Oh, maybe it was the door. I don't know. The one time that a video might actually be useful. But I suppose it's not all that. Oh, there's a barrel there. So it lets you go behind the... What do you call them? The pallets, right? But I don't see anything of any particular use here. No matter. We move on. Oh, actually, maybe they have something in the... They ever explain the constellations, maybe? That'd be kind of neat.
So one day, for whatever reason, I was looking up reference material for astral planes on the internet, and one of the results was the astral plane that appears in the TV show The OA. And at the same time, we were trying to figure out different optical illusions we could use for the Easter eggs that were different from the main gameplay. And
I think this one's the coffee
astral
cup.
plane in the OA has stars and a reflective floor, and so that was kind of the inspiration for the star rooms here. And the goal for these was that they would be hidden in plain sight, so you could play through the game and not even notice them if you're not being careful and observant. But if you look around, then you might find one. The way we made the star rooms try to fit into the game narrative is that Dr. Pierce, while designing these dream levels, it's a lot of work, so occasionally he would need to take a break, just lie down, close his eyes, meditate a bit, and so he hid these star rooms in the levels that potentially only he could find. And it kind of reminded me, I've been to MoMA in New York once, and they had a relaxation room that was kind of dark, and people could lie on the ground and look up at, projected things on the walls. And that was kind of like the visual thing I was going for.
I love how he kind of just, not stutters necessarily, but he's so unsure as to what it is he wants to say as he's saying it. It's like, well, this is going into the final game, Chief, so you better figure it out. It's giving Old War 25, man.
So the standard orientation protocol character is obsessed with proper orientation.
Gladys.
And that makes her kind of thematically antagonistic to the idea of truth being, intrinsically tied to perspective. But to me, the fun part of it was writing her as being cruel without there being any actual malice to it. Like, she has nothing against you personally. Her programming simply can't see beyond proper orientation as being the only thing of any value to a Somnosculpt patient whatsoever.
An early challenge we had for creating the art for Cubism was how to approach the space and make sense of it. We started taking it a bit too literally. For example, how could we make sense of the door being so high up? Why would it be built this way? The solution we arrived at was simply not to make sense of it, because it shouldn't. We created a simple museum aesthetic that wouldn't get in the player's way of experimenting with and enjoying the puzzles. Sometimes keeping it simple is the way to go.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Professional tip: the average adult can only withstand 3 to 5 dreams per night. Once this threshold is eclipsed by entering more dreams, your mind will suffer an explosive mental overload, reorienting you for the emergency exit protocol. Please subject yourself to explosive mental overload.
Between the colorful dream spaces, we have these, what we call back areas. These back areas serve as the backdrop to everything. They are where the dream spaces are built, and also the service hallways in between them. We wanted to give them a colder, darker feel to contrast with other spaces in the game. But we also wanted to keep a man-made feel, as if people were just here moving things, creating these spaces, doing work a second before you arrived.
Yeah, it reminded me a little of Charlie Kaufman's Synecdoche, New York, that idea of building a world inside of another world.
Originally, we had little plaques indicating exhibits within the museum, but we felt it was a little bit too on the nose, so to speak. You are the main exhibit, so I imagine the players wandering around a game with an exhibit plaque hanging around their necks.
Please note that a reluctance to volunteer for the risks associated with explosive mental overload implies a misunderstanding of all other solutions, all of which are far more traumatic and likelier to result in catastrophe. I am not capable of suboptimal suggestions. Please exit this dream as soon as possible.
Not all of our interesting perspective moments can be built into puzzles. Some are just great moments that break your expectations. This level interprets a cube in multiple different ways, and even though none of these are difficult puzzles, they all work together to create a whole series of back-to-back surprise moments. It was fun finding the balance of making it feel like someone was messing with you, without making it feel like the cube is sentient.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and despite touring the Waterfall Serenity Zone in the previous section you've just completed, you may still be experiencing feelings of worthlessness and self-doubt. Why do I feel like everything is going wrong, even when the sun is shining?
This level came about because we explored the idea of the game being an anthology of different stories, one story for each level. This level was the horror level, and I immediately knew what it would be about: getting the player to be scared of their own shadow. None of the scares are actually real, but the player doesn't know that right away. We scrapped the anthology idea, but this level worked so well that we kept it.
Yeah, see, I told you, because I was worried about horror elements the entire time, and Dawn's like, oh, no, I don't think so, and then doors start slamming, those bloody handprints. It's like, all right. Creeping me out the whole way.
One aspect we wanted to explore and draw from was movie scene cuts. Basically, how a match cut in a movie might make sense in a game. This next moment is a good example. Carefully watch the cloud in the distance. You'll see that it cuts to a new scene.
I don't know that you consider that carefully. It kind of just jolts and it's there, but if you say so.
Boo. Boo.
Okay. Hello? Looking for other floating chess pieces. Yeah, that was quite literally just the game director going boo. Up, 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 up. Ah. I almost fell into that. Hello, I am Dr. Glen Pierce.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to talk more about the feelings of worthlessness and self-doubt I mentioned before. You feel this way because you want the kind of happy life you see all around you, the kind you know everyone else is enjoying. And that's exactly why we're here to help.
I don't know. I like the commentary. I like knowing what's going on in the back.
Warning. You were advised to subject yourself to explosive mental overload by
the stoplight
descending
and come
into
back.
additional dreams, but have now descended into a dream within a dream instead, disorienting yourself even further. You are responsible for failing to make this crucial distinction.
The object used in this puzzle was originally a flashlight, but unfortunately, because of how the mechanic works, it always placed the flashlight at the end of the room, which is not a particularly useful position for a flashlight. We tried a couple of things, but finally decided to switch to an object that could glow from both ends.
I mean, couldn't you just make it a two-sided flashlight? Or a lantern or something? I mean, albeit this is a bit more fun, but...
Did you know that unintentional multi-dream layering occurs in less than 1% of patients? This correlates strongly with the 99% of patients who are able to follow simple instructions from the standard orientation protocol.
When I prototyped this part, there was going to be a shadow of a monster on the wall that turned out to be a bunch of random objects when the lights turned on. The shadow always looked silly though, so eventually the reveal became the blood actually being red paint.
Spoilers. You know, if you haven't been here for the last 6 hours. Or Thursday.
This room was one of the biggest technical challenges we had in the game.
Originally, this was one huge room, but turning our dynamic lights all on abruptly killed the frame rate, so we ended up chopping the room into smaller areas so we could hide and unhide objects from the player's view once the lights turned back on. This would lessen the amount of objects getting hit by lights at the given time, thus saving on performance.
Yeah, I remember Phil even tried teleporting the player to a completely new room, but that changeup was a bit too visually obvious, and we eventually realized that chopping up the room was the answer.
I just want to see if there's a pawn over here somewhere. We know how that ends.
We wanted to do a unique alarm clock for each level, but this is the only one that survived that idea.
Kind of felt like a waste of a dialogue option there, but okay. You could have stated that from the beginning. we were searching the barrel of ideas and we came up broke.
Part of breaking expectations is changing your definition of an object. A door, which usually keeps people out, becomes a flight of stairs if it is cloned enough times.
See? Hey, you're a genius.
Attention! Dr. Pierce requires you to note the following risks of dream overexposure. Significant memory loss, both quantitative and qualitative. Hallucinations of dreaded or annoying objects. Unrealistic beliefs about the lengths of hallways. And other side effects. Which have not yet been discovered or which cannot be understood.
Yeah, so this right-click to return sign that I bet you didn't even notice is one of the most unread signs in the game. It comes up later, and it's also one of the most unread signs in the game there too.
Helps if I wasn't muted. Doesn't mention why there's a smiley face on the cursor though, because when I go into a room like that, I look to the right instead of the left.
Let's talk about the smiley face.
Oh.
Because our goal was to break people's expectations, we prototyped a lot of weird moments like these. Some of them didn't work because they felt too meta. They would actually take people out of the game experience. This one, however, stayed because it was just subtle enough and playful enough that you could see it as a bout of insanity.
Aside from the core resizing mechanic, I think cloning the objects is one of the more immediately enjoyable mechanics that we put into the game. When we ran playtests, this one would always have people smiling.
Do you see now why I try to finish these before 5? That's alright. That's right. That's what Fridays are for. It's for midnight. Yes, thank you.
Warning. Dr. Pierce is frantically submitting numerous spelling and grammar mistakes into the standard orientation protocol in a desperate attempt to counsel you. I have no subroutine to correct these errors, but I cannot compromise the integrity of the standard orientation protocol. You will not receive these messages. They would not make sense regardless. Attention. Dr. Pierce continues to input significant errors. I will interpret his basic ideas. Hello, my introductions are redundant. I am a real doctor who went to doctor school. VR has never been a mistake. I can help you, but I also do not know how. Transmission ends.
Players may notice the motif of the repeating purple hallway, found throughout Clone. We wanted the player to have this feeling of, have I been here before? This seems pretty familiar. But we didn't want it to be too easy, or to be 100% unclear. So we introduced differences such as lighting, prop placement, and hallway length. That way, for most players, it was something chewing away at the back of their minds, as opposed to being blatantly obvious.
Lots of credit here to Max Hoarth, who plays the role of Dr. Glen Pierce, for really nailing this bizarre line in an impressively short number of takes. We were totally prepared to have him record the words in like their logical order and rearrange them after the fact, but his performance of doing it correctly, incorrectly, was phenomenal.
Hello, name is my Pierce Dr. Glen. To the Somnosculpt Welcome Experience, team of your care leader patient years 10 development. Condition struggle you whatever with? Professional invention. Edge science with cutting, a tomorrow can bright. And buts, no ifs or, look good.
By this point, I'm so tired of hearing his voice, it didn't even matter. So hopefully by the end of this, we never have to come back to this game again. At least not to the main story mode. I'll try doing some of the other achievements, but off camera. But there's just so much dialogue. I'm taking the avocado with me. They can't stop me. They can't stop all of us. Does it leave a shadow? Yeah, it does.
This room kind of happened by accident. We originally just put a cloud video texture as placeholder as a way to expand on the cloud motif. It ended up working so well and fitting the tone so well that we made this a private theater room in the sleep clinic. It evokes a nostalgic and relaxing but slightly creepy feeling which seemed to fit the game perfectly.
Correction, he didn't fuck it up as often as they thought he would.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. This is a notification that you have reappeared on our monitoring system after a prolonged absence. Please continue to do whatever you did most recently, and discontinue whatever you were doing immediately prior to that.
This is the one I don't look forward to. I'll try to get through this one as quickly as
Sound
possible.
effects that probably took the most tweaking were definitely all associated with the resizable objects. For them, I had to make a collision matrix so that the sound of you dropping a box or a cube would smoothly change from its smallest to its largest size and anywhere in between. So to achieve that, there were lots of different layers of the sounds, lots of automated pitch shifting, speeding up, slowing down, lots of crossfading between different layers of the sound, and a lot of trial and error to get it feeling right inside the game.
I can't go back through the door that got me in here. You notice that clocks never move for some reason? Do I have to make this bigger or smaller? I think by now I'd remember. Is that the piano? No, there's no piano here.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. In addition to continuing and discontinuing as mentioned earlier,
a Stream Deck button.
Please also disregard any
so you can just press it whenever you just annoy you with it.
That you may have recently had. Everything should have now reverted to being soothing and therapeutic. If this is not the case, you may be receiving this message in error.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. Click.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to read you my favorite inspirational quote by me.
Hold on.
The worst thing you can do is focus on negativity. It won't spare you from the cage of death, the pain of disease, the cruelty of time, the cold shell of human nature, or the eventual loss of everything you've ever held dear. Whatever you do, don't focus on that.
He leaves just enough silence at the end of hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, that you can just use that as an intro.
This puzzle existed for a long time, but it took a while to figure out what the art was going to be because the bouncy castle used to just be a weird L-shaped block. Eventually, we landed on the pool motif and the bouncy castle and added a little bit where you go inside the vent.
I'm ashamed to admit that this took me longer to figure out than it probably should have. Even though I knew it had something to do with that upper board, I never got that far. Hopefully y'all don't hear that in the background.
Because we have portals that you can resize, the player can freely change their own size. This actually created a design problem because you could never predict what size the player was supposed to be. And if we dynamically changed the size of the geometry later on in the level, things could break really easily. So instead, we added these portals, like this doorway over here, which changes size in order to resize you back to the normal scale of a human.
And we should be able to initiate the emergency exit protocol shortly.
Changing the player size through portals has a couple of weird side effects when it comes to programming. You have the obvious ones, such as needing to change the player collider, movement speed, jump height, and mantling distance. You have a couple of less obscure ones, such as needing to change the camera's far and near clip planes, so geometry is less likely to clip through your camera as you get smaller. Another interesting one we'll talk about later. Another weird thing about player resizing is that gravity is actually constant across all sizes. So imagine you're in the perspective of an ant, and a giant shoe is coming down from the sky to step on you. That shoe in your mind might take a couple seconds, but in real life, it would be instant. Whatever size you are, large objects traveling through space should feel like they are moving slowly. So when we change the player size, we're actually also adjusting gravity in order to compensate for this as well. This is physically incorrect, but this feels better for the player.
Bully for them. Oh.
So that's my cat. His name is Finn, and he's a good boy. And we only had a day or two left before finishing the game, and we needed to figure out what kind of posters to put in our elevators. So I decided to have a little bit of fun with it, and this is by far my favorite, of course. The Cardboard Lovers Association also makes a nice little nod to the cardboard dollhouse.
Hi, Finn. Meeting for the Cardboard Lovers. Oh, because he's a cat. Right with the boxes, if I fits, I sits. It hadn't even occurred to me that that would have been one and the same before. But now we know who the cat is.
The emergency exit protocol
the cats
is
in Willow.
the shortest-lived character in the game, but my heart really goes out to him. Because just like a triangle player in an orchestra, he has precisely one job, and he waits patiently for his moment to do it, only, of course, to have it snatched away just as that moment arrives. I think many people can identify with this feeling.
Say so.
Emergency exit protocol initiated. Please prepare to conclude your Somnasculpt experience in 10, 9, 8. Error. Error logged by.
Orientation protocol.
Stand by for analysis.
Error analysis complete. You are exhibiting signs consistent with an increase in fear, hopelessness, and frustration. This is inconceivable, as Somnasculpt therapy is proven to correlate with a decrease in these emotions. Hypothesis. Patient was improperly oriented. Conclusion. Impossible. Reformulating. Improved hypothesis. Patient requires additional Somnasculpt therapy. Conclusion. Emergency exit protocol cannot proceed. Emergency exit protocol has been emergency destroyed. Instruction. Continue with Somnasculpt therapy indefinitely on an independent basis, as all orientation resources have been exhausted. This concludes your standard orientation protocol. Goodbye.
I was really thinking they had like a pawn or something at the end of this here. Kind of explain, just for old time's sake.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce. Thank you for completing the Somnasculpt Standard Orientation Protocol. Before you begin the first phase of therapy, I'd like to briefly describe the finite and fragile nature of the dream state.
It never explains the cheese, though, huh?
We had all these surprise moments prototyped, and so I wondered what it would feel like if we had a whole level of surprise moments. I wanted it to be fast-paced. The working title for this level was Chase. This is the boss level of the game, basically. It's inspired by the third act of the movie Brazil, how it gets crazier and faster-paced over time.
I've never seen that movie. I wasn't even aware that was a movie. Me and my little bubble.
Of course, nothing is more challenging than the difficulty of changing perspective, of fundamentally altering your perceptions in a way that will enable you to face dire, trial-by-fire scenarios with solutions that could not be found otherwise.
There has to be something up there, though. Why else would you design the room?
The music throughout the game really goes through a significant transformation, but the piano is always there to guide you. Even as the music becomes darker and more electronic, it always has the melody, or at least a really significant role to play. It changes as you progress through the game. I switched to different types of piano, starting out with a piano Bill Evans famously recorded on. Later, switching to a more modern sounding instrument. I double it with prepared piano sounds sometimes, I use felt piano, and gradually more reverbs and delays as the game evolves. But at the heart of each piece is the piano.
Oh, this puzzle again. I think this has to be one of my least favorite levels out of the whole thing just because of how tedious it is. But I place that squarely on the fact that we've done it a handful of times. But you gotta go through the elevator and all that too, and then the 4 walls out in the parking lot there. At least if this is the one I'm thinking of. There's the smiley face again.
Finally, while we respect the unique progress of every patient, you must understand that it is possible to completely exhaust your supply of dreams.
I don't know why it is, but people really like finding gaps in the walls and crawling into them. For our trickiest hidden spaces in the game, we added literal Easter eggs for people to find, because that's what made sense at the time.
I found it.
The original idea for Labyrinth was to explore earlier areas, but with a new spin on them. Sometimes it was a matter of adding new interactive moments to turn things on their head, while for others, we would take existing locales and give them a new look of paint and set dressing. Something familiar, yet fresh and unexpected.
That instability is perfect for the mood and for general world building too. Conceptually, different patients would be bringing different experiences with them into the dream state, and we wanted to reflect that.
I'd be a fool if I didn't go back to the beginning here. See if there's anything there. I do like this hallway though. Air ducts make it creepy, but I do like this. I can't pick up the cube.
So when I joined the project, this infinite elevator sequence wasn't actually infinite. It was just a very large block of, 20 by 10 elevators. And the performance, as a result, wasn't very good. And the illusion could be ruined if you walked all the way to one side. So one of the things I did was actually make it infinite. So there's a much smaller block of real elevators, and the player gets teleported seamlessly by portals on each end. And so the end result is an infinite elevator sequence that you can just go in one direction forever.
Well, let's test that theory.
So when I joined the project, this infinite elevator sequence wasn't actually infinite. It was just a very large block of, 20 by 10 elevators. And the performance, as a result, wasn't very good. And the illusion could be ruined if you walked all the way to one side. So one of the things I did was actually make it infinite. So there's a much smaller block of real elevators, and the player gets teleported seamlessly by portals on each end. And so the end result is an infinite elevator sequence that you can just go in one direction forever.
I'm actually gonna make that the thumbnail before it actually turns into a wall. See, keep your eyes on this center, because I want to see, because we're coming up to another corner here, I want to see at what point it turns back into the house. Oh, see, you don't even need the fourth wall and it just shows up that way. It's kind of neat. Is there a Is there a thing up there we can click on? Oh, this thing.
So coming up with the way to actually make the
You have entered the Somnasculpt diagnostic framework. Patients do not have access to this dream.
So coming up with the way to actually make the portal and a portal make sense for the player was a really tough problem. And we iterated on this for weeks with input from all different team members. So it was really a group effort. But it was important to get it right because this is one of the pivotal moments in the game. And then another thing we had to do was figure out how to make the world degrade in a way that fit with the game's look and feel. And one day while prototyping, I just happened to accidentally assign a light map texture to one of the walls in the room, and I really liked the way it looked. Light map textures are textures generated by the engine offline to help with realistic lighting. So anyway, we ended up using this. So when the world degrades, the shafts of light breaking through the walls into the rooms, and that effect is actually driven by a light map texture from one of the other levels.
Please paradox from creating any refrains. Explosive.
So this is just light from another level that's breaking in through this. Well, look at those sun shafts too, though. The light shafts, I guess. I don't know, I just like the Papers, Please music as you're degrading into insanity here. I always felt like that was giving me the big finger.
This spatio-temporal moment of wonder is brought to you by the very long but invisible rectangular portals tucked behind these empty windows, looking out into other parts of the level you may soon travel to.
What? How did I not notice that before? There's the chess piece. The chess pieces. It's like right at the end. The little light switch you gotta flick, and there's the... I was so focused on the end goal, I didn't even bother to check out the fucking windows. Jesus. Okay. See, this is why you go through these things like 7 times. Although maybe 7's a little excessive.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and many years ago, I had a dream. I found myself in a place where I understood that each of us begins as nothing.
Thank you, EP.
Where everything I perceived was shaped by seeing it exactly the way I wanted to.
White space.
This final level was designed with the idea of removing depth perception entirely. All the visuals are flattened.
I needed to stretch. I was hoping he would talk a bit longer than that. I did like this raid level, though. I thought that was kind of neat. Fuck. I keep trying to jump past it. They haven't explained the fire alarm thing. really care about the extinguishers too much, but I'd like to know about the fire alarm bit. I don't know, maybe that's how it tells you you're in a dream, right? Because it's supposed to go off and then it doesn't. So what's in here then?
But in white space, I also faced the greatest challenge I could imagine.
Indigestion.
Because with a lifetime of life itself behind me,
since the universe,
the weight that it carried, I realized that seeing things the way I wanted to was not as easy as it used to be.
Since the universe that the players inhabit is seemingly created in almost a kit-bash way while within Somnosculpt, it was a unique challenge to show the players truly a peek behind the curtains of the system. A blank canvas, a scratch document, an empty sticky note with some notes, little things creatively interspersed throughout. I think I derived some of the inspiration for what happens when you're playing a VR game and suddenly the game crashes to a totally white space. That feeling of disorientation, even though you understand the world around you is an illusion.
Oh, is that why he says VR was never a mistake? Oh, and here I was waiting to do something. I'd like to hear a bit more about the ethereal music, honestly. Oh.
Negative space is another concept related to changing expectations and changing your perceptions of an object. This puzzle works really well because the solution is obvious in retrospect, but it takes people a couple of seconds in order to figure out. We actually had to add the looping hallway because without it, people would run out of things to do and immediately start rubbing their bodies against the walls and come to the solution almost immediately.
That's what we did. That's what we did. That's what you have to do in Doom too. Because you assume that there's something hidden behind these doors, so you start rubbing your body up against the wall in hopes that you fall into something or out of something. That's exactly what I was doing. So then and then you're right outside, and it should be over on this side here. Because how many times did we go through that hallway and I just assumed these were walls? Just because there's windows there. Crazy. See? Now there's his office up there. That's where we played the chess.
You're well beyond dreaming now, and further out than anyone has ever come back from. But we hope that you won't get discouraged. After all, if this is a place of pure perspective, isn't it also a place where a different point of view could make anything possible? Isn't that why you came here?
This one I really like, because if you walk up to this, it looks just like it's a rectangle. There's nothing on that side of the wall, so it's got no reason to exist. So you put something over there that makes it exist, and there's the cheese. It's a Schrodinger's cheese, where you don't know what's there until you look at it. Oh. Of course, I'm breaking my own rule, where I have to put the cheese down and pick up the block. I'm still looking for fire alarms everywhere. Excuse me. Alright, and there you go.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and by now you may have realized that all of this has happened exactly the way it was supposed to.
This last section was something that Logan and I worked together on for a really long time. When I first saw it, I had this great feeling for how it could be like a really nice, impactful moment. And so I got this really kind of awe-inspiring, inspirational music to put behind it. And Logan absolutely hated it. I stuck to my guns and asked him to stick with it for a while and play it for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, and see how things went. And he ended up totally coming around to my side of thinking. Initially, we were unsure if we went for this kind of pure feeling.
If at first they say no, just wear them down.
And I ended up reading this essay on television written by David Foster Wallace.
The CFO
really
from Dunder Mifflin?
To kind of get over that sort of postmodern, too cool for anything aesthetic, and to just really go gung-ho into sort of rewarding you for ending the game by giving you something really nice.
This level was created early on. I liked the idea of giving the player some time to think about their journey rather than ending the game immediately, and I knew film-like cuts would be perfect for revisiting their experience through the game. Chris initially suggested a song for reference, and at first I hated it. I kept listening to it though, and eventually grew to love the song. Matt came up with a track that is even better than the reference material, and it fit perfectly.
Your life will always be a struggle, and you will always have problems. But today, you have the chance to see things differently. Even though it meant facing obstacles that seemed impossible at first, you thought outside the box, and you overcame them. Because you saw things from every angle, you understood them for what they really were. Because you kept moving forward, no matter how far off the path you were told you were headed, or how unexpected it became, you found your way.
I was going to respond, but I didn't want to. I'm going to snooze these so you guys aren't stuck to the ads there. I didn't want to talk over the devs. So I liked this game before, but I have a whole new respect for them and the devs after seeing that. Yeah, there's. I never would have guessed that they had all of that hidden as much as they did in such a, I don't say such a simple game after hearing the commentary, you know, how much work went into it, but we've replayed this, I think, at least 10 times in the last 3 days. But that's got to stand for something.
You'll be back in the real world, and some part of you will say that none of this was real. So how could it have really meant anything? But
I do like the fact that the journey takes you all the way back to the beginning.
It will have been as real as you believed it to be.
Because it feels like it was so short, even though you took so long to get some of the puzzles done. Yeah, we still didn't find everything. Well, I mean, we found everything that the achievements wanted. So like the constellations, the chess pieces, the blueprints, we found all of that. The remaining achievements are, I think, workshop related.
That's it. That's the game.
Yeah, and thanks for listening all the way through, if you did that.
Thank you for exploring our dreamy environments. I love you.
Models, textures,
Thank you.
avocados,
the
materials, rubber duck, apples. I think that's all of the art.
And thanks for enjoying the music and sound.
And the writing.
And the code that holds everything together.
Yeah, the music. The only thing I can't give him credit for is Dr. Glen Pierce. I think we've had just about enough of Dr. Glen fucking Pierce by this point.
Are we going to talk about the design goal of this level?
Please. Do.
Oh, they're still going on.
The goal was to show you who made the game.
Thank you.
Adrian Sotomayor. I don't know, it feels different now after hearing all the...
Hello, 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 hello.
Warning, the average adult can only withstand 3 to 5 hellos per night.
Absolutely.
Was that wasn't there the first time we went through this? Oh no, because this is commentary mode.
Hello, 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 hello.
Dr. Glen Pierce, this is clearly intentional.
Why do I feel like everything is going wrong?
Noted, Dr. Pierce.
Hello, hello, hello.
Warning, this is extremely rude.
Hello, my name is...
Insignificant.
Alar's gonna have a stroke.
Anyway, my name is Dr. Glen Pierce, and I'd like to thank you.
This is respectful.
Because you saw things from every angle. You found your way. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You're now headed in the right direction. All you've got to do is wake up.
Do I have to press a button or is that it? Alright. That's it. Without going through the workshop and the challenge mode, that's just about everything you're gonna get out of me. Or at least out of this. You can even pull the little fire alarm level. Or the little fire alarm and it sets the sprinkler off. I know we went through this before, but you can walk through the little area here. You've got your little participation trophy. So what do you think? Yeah, I can't thank you enough. And we had the same thing when we did Coffee Talk, right? Because either it's an indie game, you never know how that's gonna go. We got so much out of Coffee Talk and Coffee Talk 2 that it's like so many of these indie games are better than your AAA titles a lot of the time. Because I can't tell you the last time I played a AAA title that had replayability like this. And even though I don't need to find the collectibles, because like you said, I don't think it'll let you do it twice. Still, just for the story and just the zen of it, I can't thank you enough. Truly. And because of how many times we've gone through this, I think this is going to be the version that we put up on YouTube just because it's 7 hours long. So I'm going to let the music, I guess I can't let the music play here, but I'll save you. I know we didn't get a chance to go over the schedule and all that for August. I guess we'll do that on Monday. So let me before we do that, let me take a look at who we've got bumming around here. Oh, yeah. So we got a friend of ours who's doing Stardew. I haven't seen Stardew in a while. I love Stardew. Remember how to get this set up here. So most of you already know who I am, but if you don't, hi, hello, welcome to the herd. I'm High Lord Help. You can find me in all your different socials. Again, I shout out to Zillith, not Xylith, Zillith Dawn here. I can't thank you enough because not only did this kill 2 days worth, and at the next week we have your shady guy life simulator because I need to go back to feeding Queso all those pizzas. We just hit 19, and if you're telling me I have to make 30, that's going to be a whole different thing. So we'll be sure to discuss the schedule come. I mean, it's a little closer here. I'll be around in Discord this weekend, I'm sure too. But we'll discuss the schedule and everything on Monday for the remainder of August. I will try to have this up. This will be posted on the VOD as soon as we finish it here. Trying to think if there's anything else we have to cover as far as housekeeping goes. I'll try to go through it this weekend and see if I can't find those Easter eggs for you guys, like the literal Easter eggs, and post photos of them for you. But outside of that, let's go ahead and get you sent over to Toxic. I know she was so 50-50 about whether or not she was going to stream today. You guys know Toxic. We love Toxic. So we're going to send you over to her. And like a little Stardew, keep with the mellow vibe. So as we said, don't treat her the way that you treat me, because I know how you treat me, and it's just despicable. But I love you guys. Listen, you know I do. I appreciate you sticking around. And we'll now remember, it's 11:30 on Monday. All right, and I'll put this in the Discord too. Just remember that, so you don't think I'm a half hour late. I will see you guys. Bye.